Little buddy. You call me little fella.
Little fella.
Good evening and welcome to the first time ever P&Z Joint P&Z Board of County Commissioners Workshop. We appreciate you, appreciate everyone in attendance. We will begin with a moment of silence for our first responders and those who are serving in the armed forces. We will then have an invocation by Commissioner Susan Adams and the Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Joe Ehrman. Please rise.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather today in service to our community. Grant us wisdom in our discussions, respect in our disagreements, and unity in our decisions. May all we do here be for the good of those we serve. In the Lord's name we pray. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the greatest country in the world, the United States of America.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all, and I want to say once again, your attendance is greatly appreciated, despite whatever we discuss. This is the first time ever workshop. There'll be no voting tonight, but we will have discussion. And at that point, we'll have a presentation by staff, and then we will have a discussion here amongst the Board of County Commissioners and P&Z members. And then at that point, we will open it up for public discussion. And we appreciate you staying and giving us that input, as this is greatly needed. The PUD process was developed many years ago and has taken some turns, and it is evaluated by staff, P&Z, and then the commission. And with that in mind, we have to be able to communicate and understand the parameters which we're confronted with, as we are confronted with a whole lot of folks wanting to develop, move here, and your input is as important as the importance of staff and P&Z and our county commission. We all work for each other. Thank you. With that, we do have some distinguished members here from the P&Z. I'm going to ask the chairman of the P&Z to introduce all the members.
Thank you. We'll start with the most important. Jordan Stewart is down in the bullpen. The only reason he's down there is because he was the last one here. To my left, at the far left, and Jordan is a member at large. And on my far left is John Campbell. He's a District 1 representative. And the next one is Mark Mosher, and he's District 5 representative. Robert Votow is District 2 member. Tommy Lawther is on my immediate left. He is a member at large and the vice chairman. And then on this side is Calvin Reams, and he is District 3 representative. And so that's the Planning and Zoning Commission.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. And at this time, I will say that we have our county commissioners here, Commissioner Laura Moss, Commissioner Susan Adams, and Commissioner Joe Ehrman. And yes, I'm here. With that, Commissioner Law, Vice Chairman Law, due to an emergent matter, had to be excused from this meeting. And our thoughts are with him. Anyway, we would like to get back to that. Madam Clerk, You'll be taking minutes for this fine workshop, and they will be approved by two bodies. They will be approved, the same minutes will be approved by your county commission and by the P&Z. I just wanted to let the public know that, and you as well, and now the entire board knows. Well, with that, I'm going to turn this over. Ryan, you're going to start this off?
Yes, sir.
To staff regarding the PUD.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Flesher and Chairman Dr. Day. So you're right, this is, I called Stan Bowling just this afternoon, and I said, have you ever had a joint meeting between P&Z and BCC? And he said, no, there was some workshops, but never a formal joint meeting. So this is the first one, at least in 40 years. And with that, we'll go ahead and jump in. So this is a joint public workshop to discuss the plan development review and approval process between the Board of County Commissioners and the Planning and Zoning Commission. Again, both chairs, there will be no formal voting. We will be seeking consensus. My goal is to work through what a PD is, and then there's 6 topics that were laid out in the staff report that staff is seeking consensus on. And then, of course, if there's any other topics either to discuss in the future or at the tail end of this meeting, happy to do so. And with that, we'll jump right in. So what is a plan development? So there was a sort of a loose definition that was provided on the flyer, but ultimately a plan development is an alternative approval process that allows waivers or deviations from conventional zoning requirements. And the goal is to have a creative or unique design for a project. And just before I go any further, we're primarily discussing tonight residential plan developments under the sort of plain plan development process. We're not discussing mixed use, we're not discussing traditional neighborhood design, and we're not discussing commercial plan developments. We can revisit those if need be, but this is really just the straightforward residential single-family plan development process. It is a negotiated process that starts between staff and the applicant, and then ultimately goes to review and approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners at public hearings. They are quasi-judicial hearings, so a lot of times the Planning and Zoning members and the Board of County Commissioners don't really have any background unless they, spoke in advance, but more often than not, you guys are seeing the information at the first time at your respective hearings. There are 2 different processes in the current LDRs, the PD rezoning process and the PD special exception. They are very similar with the slight caveat, the rezoning process is a formal rezoning from whatever the underlying zoning or zonings of the property is to PD plan development, which is a unique zoning category. That is typically only utilized when the underlying zoning doesn't allow for the use that the applicant is seeking. The other flavor is when, for example, an RS3 property allows single-family homes, a special exception that doesn't require the rezoning can go through that process. They're very similar but slightly nuanced, and we can talk more about the differences if need be. And as Chairman Flesher mentioned, the current process has been in place for about almost exactly 35 years. It was 1990, fall of 1990 when the PD ordinance was adopted, and it has been utilized to approve over 50 PD projects, most of which, again, are the straightforward single-family plan development projects. You guys have seen this slide probably at least 50 times, but I will show it again. So the plan development process, whether it be special exception or rezoning, is really a 4-step process, but sometimes steps 1 and 2 can be combined. So the conceptual PD plan, which is the binding design for the plan and all of the conditions and waivers that are associated with it and public benefit are approved and vetted and entitled at the conceptual PD plan process. So that is technically a Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation with the final approval at the BCC. Again, the one caveat with the PD rezoning is if the P&Z denies the rezoning, that is final action. We did just experience that, but it can be appealed to the board. So either way, it's ultimately P&Z, then board. The second step is the preliminary PD plan. That's a more defined engineering document. A lot of times we have seen more recently where the conceptual and the preliminary are combined into steps 1 and 2 and are effectively approved, approved by the P and Z subject to board approval, having taken effective approval at board approval. The third step is the land development permit. That's what we call the construction documents. Those are the final fully engineered plans that are reviewed, very technical and detailed in nature, reviewed and approved at the staff level. Then the subdivision improvements are built, and the final plat used to come back to you all as typically as a consent item. Per a recent statutory change, that's actually now can be approved or is required to be approved with conditions or denied at the staff level, with the county administrator being the final approval authority on that end. So I will run through these fairly quickly because they're a little bit verbose, but there are 8 items, bullet point items that are listed in the current PD ordinance, purpose and intent. You all have probably seen these, but it is good to run through them, so I'll read a little bit quickly. But the first one is to protect the environment by affording opportunities and incentives for preservation of environmentally sensitive and important areas. The second is to allow a diversity of uses, structures, facilities, housing types, and open space, buffers and conservation areas in a manner compatible with existing permitted and planned uses on adjacent properties. Third, allow for residential development of agriculturally designated areas with a more compact design which clusters units and preserves open space. 4, encourage and allow for greater innovative designs that promote more efficient and environmentally sensitive use of the land than generally achievable through conventional zoning and development regulations. 5, ensure that development will be compatible with existing permitted and planned uses on adjacent properties by having projects according to limitations and mixtures of use, design, density, open space, conservation areas, and other elements stipulated in an approved development plan. 6, encourage and allow a more efficient use of public services and facilities through designs not generally achievable through conventional zoning and development regulations. 7, encourage the preservation and conservation of environmentally sensitive lands by allowing the transfer of density from environmentally sensitive lands to upland areas. And 8, encourage the provision of affordable housing by allowing a density bonus for projects containing affordable housing. There are already currently a set amount of density bonus that is allowed in the current PD ordinance, but we'll talk about affordable housing as one of the 6 topics tonight. And with that, here are the 6 topics that staff identified through discussions with various folks. Define and identify public benefits. That is probably the single largest topic and probably will take the lion's share of tonight's discussion, but there are 5 others that we would like to try to discuss. Define waivers or deviations from the current zoning requirements. There is a set list now, but staff is seeking additional input on that process. Encourage the inclusion of affordable housing and or workforce housing in planned developments. Again, that's not just density bonus, but through other means. 4 is to contemplate adopting a minimum project size for planned developments, and with the caveat that maybe that minimum size can go below if it includes affordable housing. 5 is the compatibility with neighboring properties and uses. There are already compatibility standards, however, those might also need some revisiting. And number 6 is other procedural items. I'll touch on what those might be when we get to that slide. Mr. Chair, my intent is to kind of run through sort of, a lot of this is summary of what is provided in the staff report. My hope is to run through everything and then we'll kind of touch on each topic. Does that sound good to you all?
I appreciate that.
Okay, so I'll run through
the
every.
total package, then we'll identify each one, and then the members can comment as they wish, so we can formulate a good consensus.
Perfect. So like I said, probably the preeminent topic of discussion for plan developments, at least in recent years, is what is a public benefit and what does it mean, define, and what we identify as what we want to see for public benefit. So currently, the term public benefit is not defined in the county LDRs. There is one reference in section 90204 that basically explains it's an enhanced development features or improvements that provide public benefits that are proportionate to the degree of exception or variation requested. And staff is recommending an outright recommendation here that we do include a definition for public benefits in the LDRs. So historically, over these past 35 years, there have been, this happens to be 10, there's more than just 10, but here's an example of 10 items that have routinely been adopted or accepted as, yes, this is a public benefit. The first one right-of-way dedication over and above the minimum required without any monetary compensation. So if their requirement is 25 and they're willing to give 50, that additional 25 per current state statute, should be compensated monetarily. However, in order to save the county money for right-of-way acquisition, if they do it without compensation, it's deemed to be a public benefit so that the county can eventually widen roads and achieve other right-of-way accomplishments. Acceptance of off-site stormwater into the project stormwater system, again, through widening and other county improvements. They don't have to get as much right-of-way to put the water inside the right-of-way, they can send it into the project. Off-site traffic improvements that exceed required improvements. So if a project's traffic study does not require a left turn lane, but it's close, and they say, hey, we think it'll benefit us, but it'll also benefit the motoring public in the area, we'll agree to provide it, so be it. Extension of off-site sidewalks beyond sidewalk requirements. Typically, sidewalk requirements are the project's frontage. We just had a project that was willing to extend an additional, I believe, almost quarter mile beyond to connect. Conservation set aside of all or most of a project site's on-site natural features, wetlands, uplands, scrub jay habitat, bald eagle's nest, over and above the minimum. We already have set minimums. If they're gonna do considerably more, that has been deemed to be a public benefit. Dedication of land for public purposes, such as a park, public school, fire station, or other purpose. Upsizing of off-site utility improvements, again, not only to serve their project, but projects that are downstream, otherwise the county would potentially either have to or want to upsize those same utilities, water and sewer mains and the like. Enhanced stormwater treatment for project sites near the Indian River Lagoon or other impaired water bodies, but in particular, we have had several PDs that have really enhanced, they're actually taking in water from the lagoon, treating it, and then sending it back out in a better state. Provision of a transit stop, particularly with a shelter. And then last, provision of public access to project improvements on a limited basis, like, for example, amphitheater or town square for special events or for during concerts or things like that. Normally private, but open to the public on a case-by-case basis. Items not typically considered to be a public benefit. These are items that have been pitched by primarily newbies or out-of-town folks that say, hey, we're gonna provide a really nice amenities package within the development. It's not gonna be available to the public, but it'll be nice. So we historically have said, no, that's not a public benefit. General statements like increased tax base or nicer homes in the area, that those are good things for the developer and potentially a home buyer, but not really a public benefit. Enhanced project signage, enhanced entry features, we're gonna do a nice landscape package. Those are all good things, but again, not really truly a public benefit. We've been pitched, hey, these smaller lots that we're seeking, it's less to maintain for the homeowner, or we're gonna have a community-wide maintenance program, so it's better for the homeowner. Again, not really a public benefit. And lastly, we'll limit our homes to one story. We have had folks that say they'll limit their homes to one story as a compatibility measure when the neighboring properties have seek it, but just an outright, we're not gonna build two-story, and we think that's a public benefit historically that really hasn't been accepted or entertained. And then lastly, I've identified 5, there's much more than 5 that are sort of marginal or gray area, diminished public benefits, if you will. Significantly increased open space within the project, but not open to the public. So not a protected environmental feature like wetlands or uplands, but just additional open space. That's nice, but it's not really available. It's really only available to the residents. It's less concrete, it's less pavement, so there is a marginal benefit there. Right-of-way dedication over and above the minimum, but then offset by things like density credits and or traffic impact fees. So they're not, they're not monetarily being reimbursed, but they are sort of in a way. Off-site traffic improvements that are required for a specific project, but also provide significant additional capacity for the surrounding area. So one challenge with traffic planning or traffic improvements is it's kind of an all or none scenario. If a project says, hey, you have to signalize, you've got to signalize. But by signalizing, they have increased the capacity of that intersection tenfold. They were still required to do it, but they really have benefited the other area, but they were required to do it. So that gets to be kind of a gray area, so to speak. And then lastly, a project feature that only benefits 1 or 2 nearby properties, whether it be access through the project site to a property, an improved access, but it only benefits one neighboring property owner. That is So we are asking that the BCC and the PZC consider providing either policy direction or specific LDR amendments as to what public benefits are accepted or preferred. The second, and this is the opposite side of the coin to public benefit, is waivers. Everybody wants to talk about public benefit, what they're offering, what they're are willing to do. However, it's usually not discussed as much in detail as what they're seeking. There's a current list in the code. Current development parameters that may be waived include minimum lot size, minimum lot width, minimum yard setbacks for primary, minimum setbacks for accessory, minimum lot coverage, minimum separation distance between buildings, minimum right-of-way widths, minimum open space per lot, and minimum preservation conservation area per lot. So staff is recommending that we consider, for lack of a better term, providing some guardrails. What, you know, if for example, the example I used in the staff report, if the underlying zoning district is RS3, which would normally require an 80-foot wide lot, and the developer says, I want to do 40s, they want to essentially, that's either a 50 or 100% lot width reduction, depending on how you chew it. So do we want to say, hey, no, you can't go more than 25% below the minimum? And it also differentiates a lot with perimeter versus interior. Typically, perimeter are a lot more visible to the outside world and the neighboring properties versus, hey, once you get that layer of interior, maybe there's still more room. The other option is a specified or defined, same effect, but for example, in the RS3 80, you can't go more than 15 feet below, so you're capped at 65, or RS6 70, no more than 15 feet, so you're capped at 55. Same thing for setbacks. RS3 is 15, can't go below 10. So either one could work. I think the percentage helps, is a little bit more proportionate, if that makes sense. But those are two options that staff are recommending that you all consider. And also, I mentioned it in the report, even though building height is not listed as an item that can be waived, just an abundance of being very clear, I think we should provide an affirmative statement that building height cannot be waived through the PD process. That's an item that should just be buttoned up. All right, and the third topic, encourage the inclusion of affordable and/or workforce housing. Much more recently, almost every initial PD conversation that we have with an applicant is, hey, can you guys do affordable housing? Can you include it within the project? Can you help elsewhere? How can you dedicate land? How can we do affordable housing? One item, which would be sort of policy more than anything, is just say, from here on out, affordable housing is the #1 public benefit priority. Whether it's written into the code or it's just, shouted from the mountaintops, public benefit #1 is affordable workforce housing. Two, if it meets a certain threshold, no other public benefits are required. If you do X, you get to go through your PD process. Three is the minimum size, so we're going to talk about minimum project size in a minute, but again, in order to maybe soften that blow, if you all adopt a minimum project size, well, you can go below that again if you provide X amount of affordable housing. So we'll talk more in a minute. And then the fourth one, and this one's a little bit difficult, this would be for larger, more complex PD projects, is allowing off-site or satellite affordable units on a different project site. So again, part of the issue, right or wrong, is a lot of these developers say, hey, we can't make our comps work if 20% are sold at this rate and everything else is market. It doesn't work in the real estate world. So they've approached us and said, hey, can we do this nice big PD over here, and then we'll do a smaller affordable project site over here. The two will not be intermixed, but we'll still provide that. My only caution with that is there definitely needs to be a timing component, that they don't get too far along with the market rate units before they provide affordable. Again, seeking either policy direction. In each one of these, we can either say, hey, this is the policy moving forward, and staff, these are your marching orders, or no, we need to actually open up the code and write it into place. And some could be policy, some could be code, either or. Minimum project size. So we did do some cursory research of surrounding jurisdictions. That was attachment 2. Most nearby jurisdictions do require a minimum project size, but I think 3 out of the 9 that require it is only 5 acres, so not a huge threshold. However, Vero Beach requires 200 acres, so when you average it out amongst the 9, it's about 35.6. I can tell you the national average, very commonly throughout the country, is 40 acres. 40 acres is a very common, it's a quarter of a quarter section. So something we should consider, and again, with the caveat, the county does require a minimum of 40 for planned development, traditional neighborhood design, and a maximum of 40 for mixed use. And the thresholds there line up for a reason. If you're gonna do mixed use below 40, that's the route you go. If you're gonna do that similar design over 40, you go the T&D route. So we can discuss that in further detail. And again, with the caveat that maybe if we do adopt a minimum, that you can go below if you're doing affordable housing. Excuse me. Number 5 is compatibility with neighboring properties. So we do have current compatibility standards. You guys have probably heard the term a 25-foot type P buffer with a 6-foot opaque feature many a time. That is the common PD buffer between even similar uses, but because it's a PD, it is a buffer. However, a lot of times there needs to be more context. If you have, a neighboring lot that's zoned similarly, but it's already been developed with 1 acre estate, 5 acre ranchettes, whatever it might be, they're there, they've established kind of a pattern, a development pattern, and then we have folks that want to do, whether it be what they're allowed under the conventional 70 or 80 foot wide lots, or even go smaller. Okay, you can do that, but you gotta go more than just that 25 feet. We already do have that negotiation, but again, if we built it into the code, either under a percentage or a fixed, hey, for every foot that you go down in lot size, you go up a foot in buffer, or for every 10% in lot reduction, you go up in 10% in buffer, something to that effect would really help drive those compatibility standards. And then it's a lot less subjective as well. Again, could be policy direction or an actual code change. And then lastly, other procedural items. A couple things, I know other jurisdictions do require a neighborhood meeting that is hosted by the developer. A lot of times staff will attend, but they're just sort of a third party. And that usually happens before it gets to P&Z and BCC. So hopefully any disagreements or items, actually easy low-hanging fruits can actually be worked out between surrounding property owners and the developer. Staff would recommend that happen after TRC, so at least staff has had a bite or two at the apple, but well before P&Z and BCC, so we're not getting these last-minute surprises, so to speak. We could also try to encourage the conceptual PDU process first, which again is it's conceptual, that's the reason it's called that, less defined plan, less engineered drawings, but at least we're identifying the public benefits and the waivers, which are really the two key components of the PD and the general layout. But then we could come back with the preliminary, with a more defined plan versus what we've seen a lot more lately, which is the concurrent both. The developers want to do that because it's a quicker speed to final entitlement, but it's also a lot more engineering and work that goes into it and a lot more review on staff's time, only to find out, hey, we were never in agreement with the big picture stuff. So there's that issue. And then lastly, other procedural notice requirements like larger, more prevalent sign postings. We can increase the notice by mail radius. And lastly, especially for larger projects, we might want to have a dedicated website for that particular project. I did put hosted or maintained by the applicant because I don't want, that would be a lot for staff to try to maintain. However, again, staff would need to at least be a third-party reviewer of that because we don't want them to, control their own narrative to the extent that it's completely false. So those are items we could consider, again, policy direction or actual code changes. And lastly, those are my 6 topics, so we are just seeking input and consensus on each of those items, input from the public, and then the way I envision is we probably will be revisiting all of those 6 items at perhaps a subsequent meeting with better direction on how to achieve those items. Thank you.
Right, thank you for the presentation. I think it was thorough and robust, and it's a good canvas to work with. County Administrator is here, John Tikanich. Did you have anything to add to the presentation or fully support what Ryan presented?
No, I think, we're good with what Brian presented. The one thing I would add is that I think as you and I discussed, I think we envision this being the initial meeting, possibly another meeting with the stakeholders, various stakeholders maybe presenting based on what you provide, narrowing down the issues for them to provide their opinion, and then maybe a third follow-up meeting providing final direction to staff, at least for the purposes of moving forward with any appropriate amendment as may be necessary.
Thank you. Counselor?
I don't have anything additional to add. I believe that the discussion is appropriate, and I think that we're moving forward in the appropriate manner.
Thank you. Yes, as the county administrator has just mentioned, I believe that this should be the first of another type of hearing where we bring in all of the stakeholders, all of the individuals who have great input into this community, because I think that it's time to visit this and hone it down as Ryan has done. It's 35 years. It's time, and we're going to need this tool to be honed a bit. Okay? So with that, let's bring up the first slide.
Sure. So, let's see if, yeah, there we go. So, I think probably the lowest hanging fruit is just to move forward with a formal definition. And again, I think that even that task is going to be a little bit tough in truly defining what is a public benefit. Is it something that's truly enjoyed by the public at large? Is it by surrounding property owners? So there's that. And then, I really don't want to get to a specified list because the whole purpose of the PD is to have, I guess, flexibility. But we do need to define something in that direction.
But you did present a list
Sure.
of the common ones and then the gray list.
Yes, yes.
So can you
Absolutely.
fix that one up?
Do we see any deal killers on these first 10 that have historically been?
And that's when y'all's participation now comes into play. Has everyone had the opportunity to review this? We oftentimes have to make a decision, post this evaluation, but now is our opportunity. Take a look at exactly what the value of the public benefit is, what the public benefit is, and if there are others that should be considered as well.
Yes, can I ask a question before we go forward down the list? Sure. It's really even beyond public benefit. It's how are we defining public? I mean, how far-reaching does it have to be beyond that particular development? And should that, in your opinion, be geographical? Should it affect people, within a 5-mile radius, within 10 miles? How far out should we go insofar as public?
Sure.
or
And
public
again,
goes?
that's.
Then we can decide what's a
Right, right.
benefit.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moss. That was my part about the definition of defining public benefit. Is it truly the general public? Is it folks that are nearby? My only challenge with that is it's also dependent upon or commensurate with what is the item. If it's a school site, it's probably beneficial to elementary school, whatever that ring is, a few miles. If you preserve a intact native upland that, none of the public actually gets to physically go to, but the birds and all of the benefits that come from that are there, I mean, it can become a very quickly slippery slope.
So you think it depends on the item,
Correct,
how far out geographically it should go?
right.
Okay. All right. I mean, I think some of these things, for example, right away, I think that should, I don't think that's a public benefit. We need that for that particular development. You need it anyway.
This is
Develop
over
that
and above.
area. Yeah, I
Over and
mean-
above, so this would otherwise require the county to either at that time or in the very near future, come back to the same developer and say, hey, we need to acquire X feet. The easy one with that one is it's really easy to monetize. The difficulty is some of these other ones are hard to monetize, so there's also a slippery slope with that. But, just the other day where we did the developers agreement, you get segments here and there, but eventually you acquire enough right-of-way to be able to do an improvement. I mean, look at 66 Ave, where millions of dollars were expended in right-of-way acquisition. If we can get these items through a negotiated process, it's, again, that one's very monetary driven, but it's also, it does, once you build that road, it's open to the public. It's,
I have one other general question before we go down the list, and that is reducing impact fees as a result of public benefit. Because we started to talk about that the other day at our regular meeting. And I had a question about that. So if, by, you know, however we define public benefit, a planned development will require a public benefit, however it's defined. So how does impact fee or waiving impact fees relate to that? And we're speaking in general terms now, not something specific from this list.
So I can tell you right now that when we're talking about the public benefit, anybody that's taking, any development that's taking advantage of the planned development process, it's a negotiation. There has to be an exchange. So in essence, we're giving them something like a setback, or maybe, I don't know, whatever it is that they're asking for within the parameters. And in exchange, they're giving us something. If it was something that there would normally be an impact fee with, for example, if it was traffic or road impact fee, in that case, they wouldn't get credit for an impact fee in that case, because there's already been a negotiated exchange. They've already received something. So that's where that comes in for the impact fee. If it's something that they're required to do that's above and beyond, if it's something that they're doing on their own that's above and beyond, and we haven't made that negotiated exchange for it, then that's when they would be legally, under Florida statute, entitled to dollar for dollar impact fee awards. So if they did $1 million worth of impact fees, then they would get impact fees, they would get that $1 million credit for impact fees, if you will.
And is the Florida statute specific about that?
Yes, ma'am, it is. It does say it's required to be a dollar for dollar basis.
Thank you.
and it is specific to that particular category. So a traffic improvement can only be creditable for traffic impact fees. They're still on the hook for, and same thing for if they were to build a fire station, in theory, they would get emergency service impact fee credits, but it's per bucket.
Okay.
And not to exceed. In other words, the credit is only what their liability is. They don't, we wouldn't start reimbursing them the other way, if you will, once they get beyond their credit.
Yeah, we're not going to pay them.
We're not going to start paying
We're
them.
not paying
correct.
them to develop.
Precisely.
Thank you.
Precisely.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan, what did we do with, you mentioned earlier, the sidewalk went about a quarter of a mile beyond. What, maybe you enlighten us with that scenario of how that came down.
Right, so that particular project was in the Gifford area. It was right on 45th Street where we identified the 45th Street sidewalk in the Gifford neighborhood plan as a need. And that particular site, from a environmental perspective, it didn't have a whole lot to offer, but geographically is where we needed it for that sidewalk. So they said, hey, our liability is, I'll use a round number, 1,000 feet, but we are willing to provide an additional 1,250 feet to X Avenue as a public benefit. We otherwise would not be required to do it, but it'll benefit the immediate area. It'll benefit anybody that's, walking along 45th Street. So that was what was agreed upon.
Sure. Because it's a collaborative effort, of course, between staff and the applicant before it reaches us at the planning and zoning levels. So a lot of times when we're presented and the public benefits are listed out, we may not know if they are exceeding, the required right-of-way dedications or the required sidewalks. So is that something that you're specifying to us? Sorry, that you're specifying to us when we're being notated what the public benefits are? Just
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Stewart. Yeah, we do our best to not inundate you with overly technical data, but we do, when we talk about right-of-way dedication, we specify the required amount is X and the additional amount is Y. And oftentimes, the way to differentiate that is we do a section that's called required improvements, and then the separate section that's public benefit. And we do differentiate what is in fact the over and above. Same thing for sidewalk. The requirement is X, the over and above is Y. But I can tell you, and perhaps I thought this, this is where you're going with, is the list of public benefits that we land on in the waivers is oftentimes here and here at the beginning, and so that's why we try to get, staff and the developer try to get to the respective 40-yard lines, and then it's up to you all to get to the 50-yard line, so to speak.
Right. I have a few thoughts on public benefit. One of the things, I know the sentence will jump half a step ahead, but I'm not trying to get in the mud yet. But some public benefits might warrant a density bonus, and some might not. Does that make sense?
Well, just to be clear, the only true mechanism for a density bonus over and above, whether it be the underlying land use or the underlying zoning, depending on whether it's a PD rezoning or a special exception, is through the affordable housing. But I think maybe to clarify, a different topic that comes up a lot is I say we all know, it's well known that in a RS3 conventional subdivision with 80-foot wide lots and 12,000 square feet of minimum lot size, by the time you do all of the other things that you need to do, there's no mathematical way to get to 3 units per acre. It doesn't work. Typically, you yield about 2. So I wouldn't call it a density bonus, but the density difference by way of PD might get you to 2.5. It may even get you to 3, depending on lot size and other items.
All right. And then, with the right-of-way, using that as a public benefit, not only monetary, but sometimes to call it a public benefit, it may be a timing issue as well. I mean, if they pick some street and, hey, we're gonna, give you this right-of-way, but we know we're not gonna need to expand that for 100 years, I don't know that should grant, a public benefit PD. How far out do we look for something like that?
And some of that's incumbent upon, the various other departments. A lot of times we, not to use the recent example, but 43rd Avenue, that's on our long-range plan to widen, and that's an easy one. But yeah, 27th Avenue, we kind of sort of all agreed that in South County, 27th Ave is not to be widened. It's not on the long-range plan. And if they came to us with a sizable right-of-way dedication, we probably would say, hey, we need to look elsewhere in terms of what other might be offered. One thing I've said before and I'll say now is it's very site dependent. If the site has a lot of natural features to offer, then that's what we look at for that sake. If it's near a park and they can help with that, then that, so unfortunately, some of the sites that are inside the urban service area that are old citrus groves that are in the floodplain, so they're gonna have to deal with cut and fill, they don't have a whole lot to offer from just a site perspective, so that's where the creativity either comes or goes, so to speak.
And Ryan, Mr. Chairman, it's interesting you bring up 43rd Avenue needing to be widened. It brings me chills. It's one of those situations that I believe back in 2005 and 2004, with the Growth Awareness Committee and Joe Paladin, we were able to widen 43rd within the easement, not take any more property. And consider that's why we have, 4-lane or 5-lane bridges out there. So I think public benefit, the way I see it, is staff, at least back from 2002 to 2006, and we were caught with a lot of this development. We had to do something. We had to implement some tools, and that's where a lot of these have come from. That's why I'm tickled, and I told Susan this the other day, these haven't changed since 2004. So thank you, Joe, and the Growth Awareness Committee. And it's kind of strange being a former county commissioner sitting on planning and zoning and reliving all this from the standpoint of being caught with development. And I truly believe what brought this meeting to light is we had a RS3 come to us with a PD. We as P&Z saw some things we didn't like. We denied it. They, again, came to you all. And that, I believe, became a 2-hour discussion with the BOCC on something I thought was a simple issue but it got kind of elevated from the standpoint of, wow, this got out of hand. And I think that's what I made the comment, we need to have a joint meeting with the Board of County Commission so we can get on the same page. But I appreciate you bringing up 43rd Avenue.
Ryan, if I could piggyback on Mr. Lowther, and I do give him credit because he did request this meeting. And I have always thought that plan development not only needed to benefit the developer, but the county. Hence the word public. Laura, to answer your question, I thought it had to be a countywide benefit. However, the reason that we requested this meeting was to understand what the county commissioners truly wanted, because that development we turned down, I refer to it as zero lot line, but you had 6 feet in a congested area already, on a street that is congested, and we wanted direction as planning and zoning, not only what is the public looking for, but what the county commissioners are looking for, because there was no benefit, in my mind, to the county or the public with that development being approved. I think they had to put in a culvert. No public benefit, but anyway, thank you.
Mr. Chair? Ryan, I think you started this asking for a definition of public benefit, but I don't think we can really get to that definition until,
No, my only ask is that we proceed with putting a definition in,
Okay.
and we'll work on that. I'm not
that might
expecting
be
a,
something that we're going to have to do after we have
Yeah,
all
I'm
these
not
other
expecting a definition
discussions.
from
Because I
you.
think depending on what the benefit is, will determine how public or widespread the benefit needs to be. To kind of answer the question on these specific commonly acceptable public benefits, you know, I do think that right-of-way dedication and road improvements, even if they're in the future, is a huge benefit to the county and the taxpayer, because there is a huge cost to that right-of-way acquisition at some point. It might not be today, or it might not be 5 years from now. It might be when that threshold is tripped, that road needs to be widened, or that intersection needs to be improved. And once you determine at that time that it needs to happen, usually everything's built up around it, or things have been monetized. So the expense in the year of going through that is astronomical compared to trying to get it dedicated to you sometime in the past through a PD process. At least that's kind of been my experience as we've gone through these things. So I do think that that is a benefit. Now, what I'm kind of hearing from everybody is it depends on how large of a gift that is above what they are required to do. So maybe part of the conversation needs to be, since roadway, right-of-way, roadway improvements, even some of the other ones you have on here, utilities upsizing, stormwater, those types of things are easily monetizable, maybe the acceptance of it as a public benefit needs to be tied to some percentage or monetization. If a culvert is not really what you're looking for, but if it's a culvert and a bridge and a 1/4 mile of sidewalk on top of the intersection improvement that you already are required to do, then maybe that's more of a public benefit in you guys' mind. So maybe there's I mean, I'm not a math person, but maybe there's a mathematical formulation there, just to throw it out as an idea to kind of get off of the center of yes or no. It might be kind of a flow chart of some sort. But I do think that some of those extra infrastructure improvements, infrastructure is our biggest cost. If we can get either the property to do the infrastructure or somebody else to do it for us at their expense and their time, I do think that is a benefit to the taxpayers, because now we're not paying for it. But I also agree that if it's an infrastructure improvement that's gonna happen 20 years from now, it's harder to tie that back. So yes, maybe there needs to be a time frame. I don't know what that is, but I'm just thinking that maybe there needs to be a percentage over and above. I don't know how legal that is statutorily, because I see Susan is looking at me. So maybe it's not.
No, it is. I wanted to chime in on that since I think there's a timing question. Not to throw another monkey wrench in there, but if you think about this, most of these PDs that come up when they're actually done, usually if there's some sort of exchange, there usually is also a developer's agreement involved. And as you know, the developer's agreements, they're statutorily not allowed to be over a certain number of years. We have started doing them no more than 7 years, and we're now also implementing the yearly review. So if there is something that's on there that they're supposed to be doing and it's not been done within that time frame, that can also be something that is, revisited. Perhaps not so much through the PD process, but at least through the developer agreement process. So there is still a little bit of something there from that aspect. So I just wanted to let you know that that's not completely lost on, because we have, and I'm pretty sure we probably know the developments we're thinking of in our head that were approved 20 years ago and are still there and aren't there though, haven't been done yet. So I can understand, and I think that's part of why some of those preventative things are trying to be put into place.
I appreciate that.
I think, Susan, with PDs, in the infrastructure up to the developer to put in, correct?
Internally, I'm talking
Yeah,
about
okay.
external, like additional infrastructure, external to the project.
Gotcha.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna kind of finish my thoughts and then turn it back over to everybody and go back to being quiet. But I do not, for me, provision of public access to project improvements on a limited basis is really not a public benefit. I mean, I guess once a month it could be a public benefit, but that kind of falls along the lines of like fancy amenities packages and clubhouses. It's great for them, but it's really not what I envision a public benefit to be. Transit stops with a shelter, I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about like a big one, not just one of the little
Like an
city
actual-
stool ones. I do think it can be a benefit, but there's like levels of benefits within these benefits. And to me, that's kind of like a lower level benefit. And so you shouldn't be able to avail yourself of some of the higher level negotiation objects that people are looking for, right? Like, so maybe you don't have to, I don't know, maybe you don't have to put in as much of a fancy buffer if you do something like that, but you certainly shouldn't get lot size or right-of-way reduction or something like that. And then, Commissioner Moss, I know conservation, wetlands, all of that is always super important to you. I would be interested to hear what you kind of think about that, because that would be on-site. It's not necessarily, but it does allow the protection of the natural environment and our natural resources and our animals and wildlife corridors and those types of things, even if people cannot avail themselves of it. And I know, gopher tortoises and things like that, people are very concerned about. So it provides an opportunity for that, which to me would be more, at least for me, would be more of a public benefit than a transit stop with a shelter. Not that if I'm gonna ride the bus, I definitely want the shelter for sure, but I do think some of that's more important. And then just to kind of wrap up my thoughts, the off-site stormwater into the project stormwater system, I do personally see that as a public benefit, especially with some of the rains and now the king floods or king tides and the rains all happening at once year over year. We are constrained with where we can do stormwater projects, and we are constrained with expanding canals that might not even be our purview. They're water control districts, canals, and those types of things. So if we can provide, and you have a project that's willing to take on additional stormwater and provide a facility that's maybe larger than what they themselves would need, I do see that as a public benefit, even though the public might not, go out fishing in the stormwater pond and be able to visit it, but it is keeping the stormwater off of their yards into that system. So, but again, I think that some of these are gonna have levels of how publicly beneficial they are. I think they're all valuable, but do they rise to the level of the public benefit that gets you to take, like, I'm thinking of it as tiers. Like, you have tier 1 public benefit, tier 2, tier 3, and if you do 3 in tier 1, like the gold standard, I guess, or platinum, then you can avail yourselves of maybe something a little bit better. I don't know, I'm trying to noodle through my ideas, but you guys understand what I'm saying.
I think, and Susan, I'm gonna finish my idea, and then I'm done speaking too. And only because it was the development that became before us. When I came to the Board of County Commission meeting and listened to that, it was a whole different presentation. I guess the only thing I need to say is truly they need to bring their A game to us, because we didn't even talk about transportation. We had no discussion of transportation. That's what they talked about for 2 hours. But they came to us and kind of said, okay, we're out of here. At the BCC meeting, they had their attorneys, they had their engineers, they had everyone. They were going to increase the landscape, they increased the right of. If they'd have done that here, we'd have probably had no problem with it. So that's all I'm saying is these developers need to understand it's not a song and dance. This is real deal.
Well, yeah,
And
like
you understand it's gonna be-
statutorily, you guys
No.
are, no, I know, but I'm just saying, I agree with you, because statutorily, you guys are our planning agency, and you hold as much weight in this process.
Correct.
As we do, and it should be, people should come with that in mind.
I guess, Susan, being a former county commissioner, I'm going to try to demand that, because that's what it's about. It's about Indian River County and the taxpayers and how we make that happen. I'm done. I'm getting off the soapbox.
About communication and allowances.
Correct.
I'd like to
And
thank you
it's not
for your
about, it's not about ignoring the rules and regulations. We're making allowances so that we can have this application, this development move forward. Commissioner, you mentioned 43rd. I could mention 66th. You did leave a legacy.
Yeah, gee, thanks.
Thank you.
Lost my election, but that's okay.
That's all right.
I'd like to take this opportunity.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you weren't done.
But when you mentioned the 60s, you mentioned 43rd, it would have been nice if we had a PUD going on that time, because there was a lot of negotiations, and 66th Avenue was probably one of the most costly right-of-way issues that we've ever endured or experienced. And at that time, if we did have that opportunity, it would have been a tremendous benefit, public benefit.
Correct.
Because after all, my interpretation of public benefit is we're saving the taxpayer money. We're saving the burden that we're going to have to go deeper into the pockets to make something happen.
And I think with this meeting, PDs, in my mind, are excellent, and so are traditional neighborhoods. It's because you get a lot out of that from the county. And I think we're all on the same page, and I don't know, I'm like Commissioner Adams, I don't know if you're ever going to get a true definition of a public benefit, Ryan, but at least you can think outside the box, and a square peg doesn't have to go in a square peg. You now know that, okay, we can see how this goes. If they bring that presentation and it fits, I'm not a circle that has to go in a circle. If it benefits, I have no problem with trying to not necessarily influence the board, but have good discussion, and it go to the BOCC. But when you come before us and say it's gonna be this, and we're gonna do this, and thank you very much, and then I see something where it's the legal team, the engineers, and I said, wow, that opened my eyes. So,
Mr. Lowther,
Thank
I
you.
thought you were going to be quiet.
I am, I'm done.
Well, he disproved that theory automatically. Commissioner Moss?
Oh, thank you so much. I wanted to thank Planning and Zoning for being strict, as you were just saying, with the applicants. We needed to have this meeting anyway, because I don't know that Planning and Zoning gets it, but County Commission, we hear you, the community, whether you're here tonight or not, we hear you. There's a huge concern about development and overdevelopment, and we know that. All of us know that, and all of us need to act accordingly. And this is just not my opinion. When we did the community outreach, and as you may know, we've done a series of community outreaches. One of the early ones was the urban service boundary. You know, we're not moving that. But the number one concern that came up was reflected in that urban service boundary with regard to overdevelopment was impact on the natural environment. That came up as number one. So for me, and thank you for that, thank you to everyone who participated, and I'm sure we'll be doing more community outreach in the future, but we hear you. I'm always listening, and everywhere I go in the community, it's a concern. I've had many, many people speak to me about development. I would say it's the number one concern of this community, and it should be, because we want to be different. I don't need to be like all the other counties around us. In fact, I've even said so publicly. I've said, they're a cautionary tale. They're what we don't want to be. That's how I feel, and I think that's what I've heard from the community. So for me, to go back to this list, define and identify public benefits, and Commissioner Adams, thank you, you mentioned it. For me, conservation set aside would be, that's the single most important thing. What we can set aside, what we can preserve. And maybe we just need to slow down anyway. I mean, I think we perhaps at some point should consider a hiatus on all development and let the infrastructure catch up. That's another concern that I hear that is very widespread, that the infrastructure is so far behind the development that we're not keeping up. So that might be something, you know, yeah, this is great, all these lists and everything else, but maybe we just need to stop. Maybe we need to hit the pause button for a period of time. So that's for your consideration. If you decide,
Thank you.
you decide.
Thank you.
So
Thank you for the input. I'd like to get back to the public benefit.
if I may, Mr. Chair, just briefly.
Yeah,
Mr.
I'd like to
Chairman?
hear from, well,
I'll make this real quick.
I just wanted to hear from the attorney real quick.
Oh,
Sorry, I just want to note that we have to be careful when we're talking about development and hiatuses. I just want to make sure, because we do have, we have to be careful of the private landowners, right? So I just want to make sure that we are aware of that and that the public is aware that we have a responsibility, a legal responsibility to balance those. So I just want to put that out there for the record so everybody understands what the balancing act is. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Again, this is a discussion on the PUD and the application, and the first one that we're discussing is public benefit. It has nothing to do with the M word or any other factor with development or any type of growth in the county.
very quick,
Mr. Musha.
very quickly, we were talking about defining what public benefit is, and I looked at attachment 2, which compares different components across different jurisdictions. And I wondered if you had surveyed some of these same jurisdictions as to if and how they define public benefit. I'm not a big fan of reinventing the wheel, so if you could find a good definition of public benefit somewhere else, maybe that would work for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, or Mr. Mutrier. So, no, we did not seek out the definition of public benefit in the surrounding jurisdictions. I'm sure it's readily identifiable, assuming they have one. The APA, the American Planning Association, probably has 10 different samples, but as is the case with definitions, you know, you can define things many a different way, and to Commissioner Adams' point, it's going to go hand in glove with, you know, what we deem to be public benefits, and then how is that defined. So, again, I wasn't seeking to try to hash out a definition tonight. My only thought is that we do need to have it in the code, because it's, as it is, it's only a 2-sentence reference.
Ryan, it's clear from your presentation that you, and by you, I mean staff, have thought a lot about this and have, I guarantee you've thought a lot about it, a lot more about it than I have. So my question to you is, do you feel that you, staff, are in a position, since we've established that there's going to be more than one meeting, do you feel that you're in a position where you could write a draft definition that we
Absolutely.
could then look at and dissect and argue about. I think you are probably in a better position than anyone, and you, again, I mean staff, to do that.
Yes, absolutely. February will be 12 years for me here with Indian River County. I've probably negotiated from start to finish through to final approval about 20 out of those 50 PDs. Not saying that I'm any better at it than anybody else, but I do. And to Mr. Lowther's point, the reason that this list is very familiar and looks the same is we have tried to maintain consistency and continuity with the developers, with the surrounding property owners. I mean, I did mention I called Stan anecdotally, but I really did. I mean, so from Bob and Stan and John McCoy and Roland to another laundry list of folks, we tried to maintain consistency. But yes, I believe we certainly, I mean, I can promise you whatever I present as a definition, I won't be offended if we tinker with it. Same thing for a list.
Well, I guarantee they'll be tinkering.
Yes.
Yeah.
And to Commissioner Adams, maybe because she spoke quite a bit. Yes, the one thing I do want to reiterate, and the one point that the subtle reference does mention is proportionate to the degree of which is being asked. So yeah, a bus stop might not be a huge public benefit. However, if they're only asking for, a 5-foot reduction on just the rear lot, then that's the only thing they need to do. And to your other point, tier 1, right now, until otherwise noted, affordable housing is tier 1. At least I'm seeking that guidance as well.
I would agree with that. Mr. Chair, I would, just not to put Robert on the spot, but I feel like he's got a different perspective, and I'd kind of like to hear your thoughts on public benefit, so I'm going to put you on the spot.
Oh, gosh. Love you, thank you.
Sorry.
I do have some different thoughts on public benefit, and I think that maybe county commission and the P&Z here can come to a consensus, because, the elephant in the room right now is affordability, and we're talking about having the people who are out here with us tonight and the people who listen in, being able to afford housing. And when you're spending 35 to 45% of your income just to live in a house, I think we're getting to that point that that's a serious issue in this county. And when we talk about public benefit, when we talk about putting land away, nobody here has spent a single sentence on how expensive land actually has gotten here in this county. And so when you take land values, and then you add in public benefit, and you add in all the different requirements that come in, and you add in the fact that I have to build lots and they have to be this big and so forth and so on, that every one of those regulations and rules have an effect on affordability. And so I'd like to see some discussion on that, because I believe, Ryan, you said affordability for housing is one of our most important priorities in this county, for housing that somebody who's fixing my air conditioner and his family whose wife is a nurse can actually afford. But when we get into a PD type situation and we talk about all of these requirements that we're having to put on there, how much effect is that having on that affordability for a guy who just wants to fix my air conditioner and have a good life? And I think that's an important part of our meeting up here tonight, is to decide, well, what about fill-in projects? Now, should those have the same, public benefit and requirements and those kinds of things? Because it's only 40 acres, how much can I do? And granted, the developer's going to pay for it, but that's going to go right on to the lot price. And that lot price, when you have a construction project and you build your house, generally a lot price is going to be 25% of the cost of that house. That's the maximum that a builder wants to see on that. So if your lot's costing you $100,000 because of everything else we're doing here and the cost of the land to begin with, that means the house is going to be a minimum of $400,000. So how do we get from having $400,000 to $800,000 homes to putting in $350,000 to $450,000 homes that people can get into? Now, interest rates, all of these things have contributed to the cost of housing. And I get it, the economy is major, but construction costs are coming up, all of those things. And when you're in a PD, the developer and the people who are moving into that, they pay for all of the utilities that are put in there. They put in the sewer, they put in the lift stations, they put in the pumps, they connect to the force mains, they build force mains to connect into the sewer so that we don't have septic systems. And I think that's a good thing. But then that is given and deeded to the city or the county or whatever municipality. And so, those homeowners are paying for their fair share right then and there by because that's included in their lot price. And there's just some other things in here that I would like to hear us discuss, affordability and how we can get there and still maintain the quality of life that we look for, still maintain our environmental, because I think preserving wetland on site, if you've got that on a piece of land that you're developing, and if you can conserve as much of that as possible, I think that's a huge benefit environmentally to us.
We've talked about that in the past, and I fully believe that you're on the right track as far as a public benefit, because as we're asking staff to look at other environments for public benefit and see what is best describing, whether it's financial, physical, a commitment. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah.
So I think we have to work on it, because I don't know if you can find another county, like Indian River County, that you can compare on where it's working and how it's going to fit. I think what's happening in the Panhandle doesn't happen here.
Right.
And what's happening down south, I don't think we want to bring that up north.
I agree. 5-foot setbacks, Mr. Chairman, are just not something I like to see. I've worked on developments that have had to have a 5-foot setback, which was limited common area, but it was plat over site plan. So you could have that, build right on the property line, you have 5 feet in there. And just drainage issues, and Ryan, I think you can agree, just getting the engineering for drainage is virtually impossible, let alone not splashing paint on somebody's house when you're painting this one, that's 5 feet away. And then you have 2 feet of overhang and then a 6-inch gutter. So now I've got less than 6 feet between gutter. And now grass won't grow. Your sprinkler systems don't function properly. Those little things, I think are some other things that we might need to consider as well in how we design things and affordability. Maybe make it a 7.5-foot minimum setback as opposed to a 5-foot or in a larger development, then go ahead and keep those 10-foot, like you said, which would be the percentage you said they would go from 15 down to 10. Right. And that and that works very well. I know that's what we have tried to do in Sebastian is, keep that 10-foot side setback between homes so that
Yes.
But
And
that increases.
that's the type that you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Then it does bring in affordability. So then how do we value public benefit? Public benefit is not, you can come in our playground and play for a little while, or,
Well, then you have
stop by and splash in
private
our
property
pool.
issues, correct?
Right. It's a wider scale concern.
Yes,
But I think that we need to have staff get those tools together so that we're all on the same plane, and the applicants coming forward, because this is not about thwarting development, preventing development. It's about ensuring we have the best development, because we're not stopping development, okay?
How do we grow with grace?
How do we grow with grace? How do we grow to ensure that your environment is maintained the way you invested into it, the public? That's what we need to be doing. We need to protect what we have and ensure that as we expand, as we have to loosen up the belts, that we don't have to go for a set of suspenders as well. Okay? I think we need to just be able to expand, because expand the rules and define the rules so that we can make progress. That's what it's about. It's not about stopping anything or preventing anything. And you just mentioned one fine example. We have another fine example in Mid-County that involved a very unique process, and it's very nice to have that, and that was perceived as a public benefit. I think that we need to go in that route as opposed to dropping the anchor so that there's no toolbox to work with.
And once again, providing affordability to our residents, I think is paramount as part of our job as, leaders in this community, is trying to help those guys to be able to do that. And, construction costs are what the construction cost is. And I don't know of any way to nail that and get that less and less. Cost of labor goes up, cost of diesel, running diesel equipment, all of that is just getting out of, it's up there. It's up there.
Let me
So-
ask you this, with what Robert was talking about, and Mr. Chairman, you can tell we have a vibrant planning and zoning board, if we don't fall asleep. Didn't we just approve, through the P and Z, and I think the BOCC did too, a affordable housing project with Habitat off of 27th?
Correct.
How big was that?
Well, again, Mr. Chair, Mr. Lowther, that actually was only approved at the P and Z level.
really?
not-
Okay, so let's move on.
But just to answer your question, that was approved at what's called a small lot subdivision. With the caveat that the only way you can do, currently, a small lot subdivision is with the affordable housing component. Basically, what a small lot subdivision is a prescriptive PD. You do X wide lot, you do X depth lot, and you do Y wide buffer. It's almost like I said, a prescribed PD, if you will.
And what I'm getting at with what Robert's talking about, if there's a developer that looks into this footprint and says, okay, this might work on our property, and we begin to throw some public benefits into it, then you have an affordable housing project. I don't know. I'm just thinking outside the box.
And yeah, I agree.
Do we have any duct tape?
Mr. Chair, can I
Mr.
caveat,
Reeves, you had something?
Oh, we want to hear opinions.
can I throw out two quick items?
Muzzle.
To sort of reiterate what.
I'm good, thank you.
What Ms.
Doing great,
Prado
Tom.
mentioned first, we're basically discussing PDs as compared to what the underlying by right allowance is, which is a conventional subdivision. So when we're talking about this, at least in tonight's context, we are not talking about removing, downzoning,
Right.
or changing any of the conventional underlying zoning thresholds. And more, I mean, again, as long as I've been here, a conventional subdivision, it's essentially a matter of fact. If you meet X, Y, and Z, you are going to get an approval. So PDs are not, they are not a guarantee, and that's context. The only other thing is I contemplated putting public benefit at the end of the discussion. I do think the other 5 topics are gonna be a little bit easier. The last 4, I think, would be relatively quick, but not trying to rush this in any means. I do think we can
As you
discuss it.
pointed out, you need direction, you need consensus.
Yes, sir.
And that's why we're here. I think have we heard from all of the commissioners as to where they feel that staff should be looking, and apparently staff is going to have to bring it back. We're going to have to reconvene, and then we're going to go forward. So whereas I said earlier that we would be having an additional meeting, it most certainly sounds like this workshop was the very beginning of a few meetings. And I'm good with that because I hope you all are as well.
Well, Commissioner, I believe that goes right to your point about communication.
We have to talk about this.
Communication is never bad.
So if no one minds there, let's get staff in some direction so that we can have organized thoughts, get to that location, and maybe we have to hit it again, and then we'll get a perfect product. We can't mally it out there, as Commissioner Lowther said.
Yes, definitely. I just had one question. What percentage, or approximately what percentage would you say of total development or would be PD, planned development, at this point?
It changes with a multitude of variables, but somewhere.
It can be an estimate, rough estimate.
I would say right
gonna hold
now,
you to it.
it's 60/40, 60 being planned development, 40 being conventional.
Okay. So that's for the community, so it's a large, it's more than half. More than
Slightly-
half
slightly
of
more
the
than half.
development is this category,
Correct.
planned development.
Through this,
Okay.
through this process. That's
Thank
correct.
you.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. So one of the comments that I heard was to see if Ryan could put on his creative hat and start working on a definition for public use or public benefit. Is there anything on the slide that's before you that you say, you know, this is a must? And or is there some item there that you say, this is not as important? So he can begin kind of identifying, not finalizing, but have some guidance as at least as he ventures down the road, becoming the Ernest Hemingway of the definition for public benefit.
I can't talk.
Yeah. And you can't go to Key West either.
Don't pay attention to him, just
I see one, I
feel
do.
it.
And it sticks out to me, it'd be the upsides and involve site utilities improvements. Water main, sanitary sewer main, yep. I see that.
Are we writing this down?
That you feel is?
Is
Yeah.
definitely a necessity, yes.
I don't like provision of public access to project improvements on a limited basis.
See? There we go.
But I do like the upsizing and the right-of-way and conservation set-asides and dedication of land for a public purpose. And off-site stormwater. And the other ones kind of fall somewhere in the middle of importance for me.
Ryan, you mentioned when we started that this is for residential PD, not for the community, not for that kind of stuff. So to me, the bottom two just don't fit. I just don't see how you're going to get to a public benefit with either of those bottom two.
Understood. Mr. Chair and Mr. Campbell, two things. Yes, to that point, mixed-use PD have a set of criteria that are their own percentages and breakdowns and what have you. And then T&D, Plan Development Traditional Neighborhood Design, they have 21 criteria that are much more involved. As a matter of fact, provision of a transit stop with or without a shelter is a requirement of a T&D because that is a larger project. So to that end, yes, on a project that size, that's an expectation, not a bonus. We could work through, I think, there's probably, what about off-site traffic improvements that are over and above?
I thought that was a yes.
Yes?
Yes,
And I do have a question
Great
for-
negotiable,
Pardon?
a great qualifier and negotiable as well.
I do have a question for the board and, you know, the commission as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission, is I heard a discussion on lot sizes. Is there a desire to discuss, you know, what is the minimum and the, you know, criteria?
That's the next topic.
Okay,
That's
all
the
right,
next-
all right. I just know that was
You're jumping ahead, John.
Sorry.
Moving
That
along.
will be discussion.
I drank a Red Bull before and I don't think my
Save the
wings
thought and you'll
are.
roll it right into the next slide.
Well, can we visit probably the hard nose? Is there any here
I
that?
think Jordan had
I
that.
think I said I
Just
did.
have one quick thought on how tightly we define public benefit, and obviously it's important that we all get on the same page and discuss, you know, our kind of hierarchy of what's important and what's not. But as far as codifying them in our LDRs, I think there may be some benefit that it's not codified as tightly or defined as tightly, because it gives the Planning and Zoning Commission the ability to maybe do a gut check, you know, and not have to point to something entirely specific. But I'm interested in getting council's feedback on, do we put ourselves more at risk by not tightly defining it and then, you know, opening ourselves up to having a, you know, maybe approving one PD that's very similar to another that was not approved?
This is a two-step process. One is defining just the term public benefit. I don't envision it being a comprehensive or exhaustive list. It's just, hey, a definition. The second part of identifying what are not, what might be, I don't envision that being codified. We could do a separate PD resource, if you will, guidelines, guidebook. But yeah, the first part is just the definition of
Yeah, and not likely to be in our LDRs. I got you.
Just, I agree with what Ryan said about that. Yes, there should be a loose definition to where we have something, but it's not necessarily exhaustive. As far as the secondary portion, yes, while it may not be codified, it would definitely need to be, looked at as a complete and approved guidance from the board, or a policy from the board, because we need to know that there's something that we can still fall back on and we're within those boundaries, because that's what would avoid us from getting, like you said, if we approved X but we didn't approve Y and they're similarly situated, you have to explain why. We can't just arbitrarily, approve X and deny Y or whatever it is. So there has to be something where we can show some consistency still, yes.
And I would add, I think to your point, is with the PD, you want to encourage the flexibility, the creativity, and innovation, in the design of a plan development.
Agreed, and that's what we started with. This is to enhance the viability, that there will be a commitment with the developer on even just starting with the plan, that we can have a conversation that will get through, but get through with the public benefit. I agree 100% with those last two items. Appreciate that. I think the transportation kiosks have existed and evolved without the PD process. And as far as the benefits of using an internal, excuse me. Thank you. You came back. The benefit of using internal matters or design from the development, I believe those two items, they're already listed under marginal or gray public benefits. If we put them off the list, I think maybe you would have a better chance of getting something closer to the definition. What's your opinions?
I had one question, and Ryan, this has popped up in several developments in the past, and for a while, and I believe this is going to be going back to the public use that you were saying shouldn't really be in there, public access and those. So how is that going to affect the staff's position on interconnectivity? I think interconnectivity, when you start working with a PD, at some point, if you require interconnectivity with another PD or another thing, that could cause some private private property rights, where the people in the PD are paying for the remains, for the roads, for the for all of the upkeep inside of that, and yet staff at one point was trying to get connectivity in between these, and so I don't know if would be part of that statement, that may not be a public benefit, or to require that of a subdivision to have that interconnectivity when it's a gated community and it's that kind of thing. So what are your thoughts?
Again, connecting one private subdivision to another, just for the sake of having interconnectivity, doesn't really provide the public with anything. South County initiatives, 7 different PDs, multiple public roads, multiple access points, bridges across canals. That's a much different.
That's totally, yeah.
Animal, if you will. But yeah, I mean, literally having a north-south public road and a north-south public road, and then 2 private subdivisions in between, and they're interconnected. Well, that you can go around. So that's not a huge item. But now, to the contrary, private subdivision, another private subdivision, school site immediately north of that, allowing residents of one to pass through to the other to get a direct route to the school without having to go all the way around. And that's just purely an example off the top of my head.
Right,
Again,
but that's a very
another gray,
specific,
that's
that's a very
another gray
specific
area.
purpose, yes.
Because it benefits the residents of that one subdivision, but they otherwise wouldn't be able to do that. So, and those are the types of items or scenarios that we're never going to be able to define in an exhaustive list. And so there will be or other items as considered, for sure.
I think Brian,
I think
to touch base on that, Waterway Village,
Right.
that's a county road that goes through that. Liberty Park that's being built, there's a school, there's gonna be a huge, there's gonna be all kinds of connections to that. So, yeah, I'm trying to think of the subdivision that's just north of the mall. God, that was my first subdivision. It's a huge subdivision, has
Trillium
small lot.
or-
West.
Trillium or Woodfield?
No, Trillium gave you the right of way.
that's where we want.
It's the one on 26th, on the right-hand side as you're going to the mall.
Woodfield?
Woodbridge.
Woodland or
They have no interconnectivity, and that's a
Correct.
big,
Yeah.
I learned all about that a lot.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
I did, yeah.
Yes. But Trillium worked out with the 66th Avenue expansion.
Did.
And we also had, as far as the safety and security, we had to move in the entryway so that more vehicles would be able to be in the queue during the congestion period.
We all just paved 26th Street, just get it paved and be done with. Like Commissioner Adams said, we need the infrastructure done.
Do we keep on a topic?
Yeah.
Yes, so now if if I can get a nod on items that are generally not considered to be a public, do you see any that others would agree or disagree with? These are pretty softballs, so,
Yeah,
With you.
I agree with you on that, this slide.
okay.
Yes, I agree also. Just to go back for a minute to the other than conservation, the things that I'm most interested in, there were two that had to do with stormwater and one that had to do with utilities. And given the amount of flooding that we've experienced around the county and the number of complaints we've had about flooding in a lot of different areas, I know it's not that creative, stormwater. And I understand that that's one of the wishes, if not necessities, of a PD. But I'm looking to solve some of the infrastructure problems, with PDs, especially since it's more than half of new developments going in. If they can take and, reduce the stormwater issues and reduce some of the utilities issues we've had so that we have less flooding in other places, I think that would be wonderful. And then the creativity could be the icing on the cake.
Understood. Yeah, stormwater might not be exciting, but it is important.
If anything, we woke up the fact that we're talking about internal public benefits and external public benefits. I believe that, and Commissioner Morse touched on it, with how far and wide does it go? And can a public benefit be within the development, or must it be outside the development? And how much of the greater good of the public is benefited by the existence? Does it go out to District 5? If it's in District 2, does it go, how far does it go where they say, thank God they did this PD because, wow, we're benefiting it? How do we measure it?
Again, it's dependent upon the type of improvement. So I'm not looking forward to trying to answer that question.
So there are some standards, I think, that we could probably tap into, at least that the American Planning Association would provide us. Like last night, we had a meeting up in North County for Vero Lake Estates in their park, and one of the things they identify, which is a standard, a neighborhood park, it has a 1 mile radius. So there are some standards that I believe that we might be able to tap into and bring back for the board's, the collective board's consideration.
I believe there was a subdivision that had donated a school property and, and another subdivision that donated land for a firehouse. I know I'm hitting some topics, but that would be considered, to me, a public benefit. You may have the land for the firehouse, because that is very costly to the citizens, and then the development of the firehouse, maybe it went a little further. I believe infrastructure is critical. We talked about, what about the extra traffic light? Could it be a public benefit, well, the cost of just one traffic light is very significant. I mean, we're looking at two right now that it's taken a few years while we're calculating, putting the money aside, and as we're doing so, the price of those, just the arms have gone off the charts. So that might be considerable, that would be a public interest, a public benefit. I believe that we will want to incorporate that. Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, with what you were talking about, how to have a public benefit within the community within itself, the one that I see that we just cannot ever discount is the open space, the wetlands, anything like that. And the reason for that is for the drainage and the prevention of flash floods coming in the future and things like that. Because for every piece of concrete we put down, that's less absorption that we've got on the land. So I think we can never discount the open space, the wetlands, the whatever we leave there for absorption purposes, because it's gonna, I mean, the flooding is just gonna get worse and worse and worse as we build more. So we've got to keep that as a high priority.
So you agreed, so you're suggesting above and beyond what normally would be required with a customary application?
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to Susan's thing about maybe tiered levels. I mean, obviously, if somebody's saying, hey, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna keep 100 acres of wetlands or something like that, I'm gonna stamp that. If it's a swimming pool size, we might need to discuss, what are you asking
Thanks for the pond.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, but it doesn't mean that that's not valuable still. There is some value to keeping that, because there is some drainage associated with it, some stuff like that. So I don't think we can ever discount it, but what's it worth as far as to the public? What is the public, how big is that public benefit? That becomes the question.
Mr. Chairman?
Level of value.
This has been a great conversation, and I agree with everybody, and I think our staff is very capable of coming up with a definition. But I also think we need to look at this and say, to the developer, we want some public benefit. What are you gonna do for us? This is Indian River County.
Right.
We have a criteria, what are you gonna do for us? I don't want the minimum. I want to stay within state law and what our ordinances say. But I want that developer to tell me, what are you going to do for us? What's your public benefits you can do for us? I can tell you, I'm the liaison on the Environmental Lands Acquisition Panel for the Board of County Commissioners. And when we look at property, if it doesn't have a public benefit, we're pretty much throwing it out right away, like it's property you can't access for the general public, or you can't get to by boat, or something like that. It's pretty much getting thrown out. If it doesn't have a conservation or a wetland or a wildlife benefit, it's kind of out. So is what we're doing, and we're making great headway with that. But those are properties that have been nominated that we're looking at and taking into consideration for basically the same reasons we are here. I have all the trust in you and Brendan and your staff to come up with what some of these public benefits would be. But I almost have to say, Smith Construction, what are you gonna do for us? Give me something to say, hey, as long as it's with state law, what are you gonna do to make this a good project? Because as the county administrator said, as the definition, if you look it up on Google, a planned development is to be creative, unique design, and have enhancements that do it. You have to be careful. Mr. Votaw said it very well tonight about the affordability. That's a whole nother thing. But I think we should look at them and say, what are you gonna do for us?
Do we have a consensus on what we feel public benefit is? Enough for staff to
Yeah, absolutely.
be able
I
to
mean,
hone
I'm
this down?
confident.
Yes.
Yes.
Everyone feel comfortable? Thank you. Move on to the next one.
Yes.
1 of 6 down, 5 to go.
It'll go quick.
I think this was anticipated and much
I know,
touted as
I'm kidding.
most difficult one. So it should be a lot easier now, folks, and then we'll get to you.
So, Mr. Chair, so like I said, the opposite side of the public benefit coin, and to Commissioner Erman's point, is unfortunately, recently, the developer says, hey, this is what we want. We want A, B, and C. We want X lots with X, Y setbacks and what have you. And we say, hey, what do you have to offer? Well, I don't know, tell us. So that's the difficulty of it. It's not, again, it's start in one end zone on the opposite side of the field and try to work towards the middle. That's not how football works, by the way, but you get the reference. So the code does specifically list these items. There's also another item where it says, or other, basically sort of a catch-all, or other as to be considered. However, it can't be life safety, it can't be general welfare type items, and also it can't be, I don't know if you guys heard me refer to a specific land use criteria that are specific to certain special exception or administrative permit use. Those may be waived, but only in a manner that basically it doesn't undo what the intention of those criteria are for. So not to get off topic, but these are the items that are specifically listed. I think we actually should include a or any other parameter that may deem reasonable. However, with the counter that building height, again, is not an item that can be waived through the PD process. My suggestion, and this is just a very pragmatic approach, is do we want to consider, whether it be policy or code, actual provisions of adopting a percentage suggestion, a percentage limitation, or a specific defined parameter? And again, those would be specific to each one. So for lot width, it might be 25%, but for setbacks, it might only be 10, or it might even be 30. So it doesn't have to be uniform across the board. I can tell you obviously the three big ones, the most commonly requested, are reduction in lot width, reduction in lot size, and reduction in setbacks for primary structures. But going from 80 to 40 in an RS3, where you've got 80-foot wide lots all the way on the other four corners of subdivisions, is a pretty extreme, or even at 1 acre, estates, it's a pretty extreme reduction. If everybody else is already at 70, because they're all ready PDs, then maybe it's a little bit of a less. So it's a balancing act, but do you all want to consider either a percentage or a specific guidance for waivers?
Ryan, I don't know if you literally draw a line in the sand.
Okay.
Because each and every development's gonna stand on its own, and it still has to come before us for approval. I like the parameters you have there for potential waivers. And again, you draw a line in the sand and,
It becomes too rigid.
yeah.
I appreciate that. However, I do need some guidance on my end, because otherwise it's still sort of a one-sided negotiation. What I could do is we could adopt policy direction, and then when we outline the waivers, which we do in the waiver tables, we could specify what the difference is, whether it's a fixed difference or a percentage, so that you all can say, hey, generally speaking, when the surrounding development meets the underlying zoning and they're requesting waivers, 25% should be the cap, should be, and then I go and identify everything is at 50%, you guys are gonna say, hey, wait a minute, this isn't what we talked about.
Just one idea, if we're talking about percentages, and, we're gonna allow 20%, reduction, and well, then there might need to be the corresponding, just like the hand in hand, like what's the percentage that you're dedicating to right away above what's required? Is it gonna be 10%? Because you're asking for 20 here. Are you gonna, expand the, the sidewalk by a corresponding 10%? And maybe that's a metric, but I don't know if the math will work out, but we could see, just on a number scale, this is the deviation from the standards, and this is, what they gave up, and I don't know, maybe a numerical score, so to say.
And again, I don't want to be too rigid or too defined. The whole purpose of the plan development process is to be, unique, creative, and, essentially a one-off. However, like I said, when we sit down at the table on the meeting number one, if I don't have any guidance in terms of what the limitation is, then their ask more often than not is going to be probably more than they even realize they're going to get. That's how negotiations work. But if we could start, if we could start at the 25-yard line each instead of at the end zone,
Can
be a lot
anyone
better.
think of a scenario where we would want something to be less than some sort of minimum setbacks other than potentially affordable housing? I mean, I can't think of any other scenario where I would say I'm okay with anything. I don't know exactly what that minimum is, 7, 10, 8. But
I have a
I think there
question.
should be a hard metric on a minimum setback, in my opinion.
I have a question. Sure. Because I have received a number of complaints about this particular development, all different places around the county. One person actually was so upset, the person moved to Sebastian from Vero. Okay. This is the development. I just happened to ride by it the other day. I wasn't even sure what it was being referred to. But it's at 58th Ave and 8th Street, which I think is called Hampton Parks. So whatever that is, numerically, nobody wants to do that again, or at least a lot of people don't. So I don't know what the numbers are on that, and I know you're looking for, a specific or more specific guidelines. But whatever those numbers are, that's,
That's too much.
yeah, whatever
So those are-
that was, it was.
Those are
yeah.
50-foot wide lots with only a 5-foot setback, resulting in only 10 feet of separation in between. And unfortunately, those were on the perimeter, so, yes.
Yeah.
So-
That's a perfect example of what I think we're up here to address.
Yes.
Is, Mr. Lowther, when he said, look, these guys made a presentation to us on that one that P and Z turned down and voted down. And, part of that problem was, this is how they do it in West Palm, and this is how we do it and everywhere else. And I think we have that unique opportunity here in Indian River County to sort of say, well, we're not that. And I think that's a beautiful thing that we have that opportunity. And I do believe a 5-foot setback is a really, really tight setback. 7.5 feet is tight, but that's 15 feet between the home. As long as, you can get through for the practicalities of getting yards mowed, having fences in that backyard, because that's where drainage has to happen between these yards to go into those stormwater retention lakes that have to hold, an event that is a, sizable event for rain event before that property then can discharge anywhere else. And so that sort of presents some problems in and of itself for practicality and building purposes. So that would be something that I would support is that kind of a minimum of some sort like that contractors and staff and the engineer. I'm not an engineer, but I've seen the problems. But I'm not an engineer, so maybe talking to your staff and your staff engineers as to, what they approve with their drainage plans and those kinds of things, what they would think as well, and some input from you would probably be beneficial.
What we're saying is a 5-foot setback is almost intolerable.
I can tell you it's very difficult, and that's about where I need to
Sure it is
stop
to
on
make it
that.
right. And again, I hate to revert back to it, 66th Avenue. The taxpayer paid dearly in order to get that roadway project to where it's at today. But there are many, many homes that are that close to that curb line. And it's not appealing, it's not livable, it's not inviting. There is no curb appeal. Well, there is, you have a curb.
You have a curb.
And I think that it's most inappropriate to do that, to diminish the value of the homes. Again, you have to get to what we perceive that definition of affordability, workforce, attainable, whichever word you want to use, that shouldn't be part of the equation to get there. Well agreed.
And I think, John, to your point on, well, how far down the road does that right-of-way, what if it's 25 or 50 years down the road? Well, it would have benefited the county dramatically to have it back then at that price or given or done, because when we have to build it, prices are just going up. So, some of that long-term doesn't bother me as much. necessarily, just because of what Mr. Fleischer said there about the cost of doing those things. Maybe that right-of-way dedication isn't as important as we think it is. You know, it may be, you know, just as another way of looking at it.
So if I may jump in just really quick, I'm sorry,
Counselor.
Mr. Chair. I do concur, and I think it is important with what Ryan is saying. I just want to reiterate, if we do have some sort of minimum, or the idea of some minimum for whatever RS3, RS4, whatever it is, because I'm even doing some research here and looking up at, you know, just even the definition of capricious, which is something that's taken without thought, reason, or is taken irrationally or arbitrarily, is a decision that's not based on facts, logic, or anything of that nature. So we want to make sure that when we are making these kinds of decisions, once you guys are up there and you have an actual development in front of you, that you have something that can kind of back you in. They're not saying that you're just irrationally making a decision, or you're just, you know, without any facts or basis making the decision. So I do encourage you all to consider I will say guardrails, if you will. So please, thank
For
you.
me, it's the drainage for sure. I mean, I really feel like that's so important, and when you build that, you're not gonna have that drainage, and we will create flash floods if we went crazy building that kind of, you know, thing without the land to absorb, you know, without the space.
Yeah, and it goes more to that. It goes to maintenance on the lawn and the diseases that can come in. You don't have room for the sun to shine between the houses. How are you gonna dry that swale out? You know, I know a 72-hour drainage on a swale is what we're talking about, but still, you know, it's just little devil's in the details.
Yes, it's right up against homes.
Is Hampton Park our minimum?
So they may be affordable, but they're not sustainable.
And so how do you balance all of that
Right, we do.
affordability with drainage and stormwater? And that's really, I think, our challenge up here. Mr. Ehrman, as you spoke as well, that's our challenge, it seems to be, right? About affordability with regulation and everything else. It's the tough thing it's just out there.
So it sounds like setbacks are, well,
I don't know if they're off the table entirely, but I heard loud and clear that 5 feet is no
way
longer,
too small.
right? Sounds like 7.5 is sort of the floor.
And if we could have, you know, like I said, and going back to Ms. Prado's comment on you have to have a reason, which was one of the statements I said about, well, maybe if one of the engineers, you know, it did some kind of study on that and said, yeah, that's a little bit tight for the just general purposes. Because you have a 5-foot setback, you have a 3-foot air conditioner pad coming off of that, that's 6 to 12 inches off the home. I'm 4 feet into my 5-foot setback with an air conditioning pad.
Yeah, you got public safety things to concern yourself with, not only the flooding for public safety, but then you've got, what if you have a heart attack in your backyard? Can they get a gurney between the two air conditioners to get to you? You know, that kind of thing.
And just a tale of caution, yeah, I work with engineers every day. I'm not an engineer, but they can engineer anything. They cantilever the air conditioning, you know, they can do, they get very creative, but what's reasonable versus, you know, so to that end, I mean, yes. Yeah, and yeah, you get generators, air conditioners, other pool equipment, all of those things. The poor lawnmower guy has to zigzag in between, or girl. So it gets tough.
The engineers work with physical tolerance. We want community tolerance.
Understood. I think I have enough for this topic.
Anyone else?
And this is a good segue to this next one, since it was mentioned.
Hit it.
Affordable housing. So again, we already have the density bonus. It is only 20%. Susan, I'm not gonna steal your thunder, but that's probably a different topic for a different day.
No, I'm listening, I'm paying attention.
In revisiting that percentage, but that's not for this particular item. My suggestions here, again, first one being policy / sort of just a show of good faith in deeming affordable housing as the priority #1 public benefit, and dovetailing on the second point of, hey, if you all achieve X percentage, then you've fulfilled your public benefit requirement, and no other, you're still gonna have to meet your required improvements, but no other public, we're not gonna come back to the well, so to speak, on anything else. Third is that project size, which is kind of a little out of order because we're going to touch on that topic next. But I think you all would probably be agreeable that if we do either policy direction or adopt a minimum size, that we would certainly entertain something below that size if there is a provision for affordable housing. And then lastly is the policy or even the code change that says, yes, you can do offsite affordable in order to kind of allow the developer to make their numbers work. However, we just have to have really safeguarded timing component there to make sure that we do in fact get the affordable component at a reasonable time. I can tell you, I work with developers every day. They're gonna say, we need to be able to do X amount in order to foot the cost of the affordable, and that's fine. But what is that X amount? Because we don't want to be too far along and then market slows down, they pivot, they yield enough out of that X percentage that they can walk. I mean, I'm kind of a pessimist when it comes to that stuff, so I try to safeguard the county, so. So I don't know if we want to take these point by point, or it's up to you all. I think number one's pretty easy because it's really just a sort of a show of good. Susan, you get to be the.
No, I was just going to provide some context for the conversation, and I see Mr. Moocher's here, and Chip is in the audience, putting him on the spot. And we all sit on the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and all things affordable housing and tools that we can use to increase the affordable, and it's affordable workforce, Alice population, your service workers. I mean, it's the gamut of housing. What can we do to increase the likelihood of that getting built in our community by providers other than Habitat for Humanity and Coalition for Attainable Homes? They're really the only ones working in that realm in our community. We have talked about different strategies and tools in our toolbox to do that. And some of these things are strategies that are currently existing. And what Ryan was alluding to, we have had conversations at AHAC about bringing back more strategies, having AHAC put together some strategies to then bring to planning and zoning and then up to commission, talking about, density bonuses, talking about affordable housing, requirements and mix of uses, because it's not just affordable single-family homes, although I know that's generally what we're talking about with PUDs. It's, affordable rental houses. There's some projects going on in the community with that. I think I see Deb and Pete Robinson in here. They are doing a new affordable housing project, which is fantastic. So there's all sorts of, and I think that's a small subdivision, small lot subdivision, but it's like multifamily. So I apologize. It's late and I don't want to have coffee. But I do think that these things are things that we really need to talk about and we really need to noodle through. Now, I know that there's a flip side to both of those. We have had on the books this affordable housing density bonus for quite some time, but it's rarely, if ever, used. Why? Because to what Ryan alluded to earlier, mixing that into existing projects, it brings down some of those costs, and Robert talked about that too. So I would like to have a good conversation about this. That might not be for tonight. This might just be kind of laying the parameters and groundwork and then bringing that back for a future conversation. I can see us just having something related to that and maybe inviting AHAC and having a bigger, I don't know how many more people we need at a meeting, but just having a more robust conversation. But I would like you guys, us as a group, to start thinking about how we can encourage that, because that is the one thing that we hear, not only from our residents, because we want our kids to be able to live here, but from our economic development partners, from our businesses that are having a hard time recruiting and retaining workers because they can't afford to live in our community. So an affordable workforce housing, I know I'm not looking to get into the definition of what it is or what it looks like. It can be all sorts of different things, but essentially what we're trying to talk about is having people be able to live in the community in which they work and play. And how do we accomplish that and encourage more of it? So I just want to provide that context and also lay the base for the fact that we are having some of these discussions, so it all ties together at AHAC, and to prepare you guys that we intend this year to bring back some further policies related to such. And with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Commissioner Adams, didn't mean to call you by your first name. The other thing is I specifically worded it as encourage the inclusion of affordable housing in PDs, because the term incentivized, that's sort of a different package through a different approach, and that could be PDs, that could be conventional, multifamily, multitude of other development schemes. But PD is the incentive because you're seeking a give and take from the county. So sort of a two-pronged approach of trying to incentivize it through all development schemes versus this is specific to plan developments and trying to steer the boat, if you will, for affordable housing within the PD concept, if that makes sense. And that's why I kind of hone in on these particulars as opposed to those other tools that Commissioner Adams mentioned.
Mr. Chairman, when I look at this, I look at encourage inclusion of affordable housing and their workforce housing, and I get those straight to the recommendation, consider providing policy direction or actual changes to the current PD ordinance to specify what types of affordable and or workforce housing incentives are acceptable.
Probably should
I
use
think those are the two best sentences on that, because I don't know if I'm in a position to really give you a suggestion. You're the professionals. I'm sure that y'all have looked at this between what AHAC looks at, what y'all look at, what other communities are doing for this. I mean, I think sometimes in a P&D, it would work and be a great idea. Other PDs, it may not fit at all. So I think that's stuff we have to look at. The builders that I've talked to that have come to my office to talk about this or something else, I always bring this subject up. Maybe they told me what I wanted to hear, but most of them are encouraged by that to say there is some stuff that we can do to make it happen. So I don't think they can tell us they can't do it if it's in the right setting. I think we do need to encourage it and find some incentives for that, because we've got to do something. We've failed miserably on our affordable housing over the years about what we're gonna do, so.
But deeply encouraged by what we had a decision just a couple of weeks ago for Peter and Deb Robinson. Again, a quasi-judicial hearing that we did not really see the outlay until the actual meeting. And it's magical. Very excited to see that go forward. And it's things like that that are very encouraging. So when you say we're not doing the right thing, or maybe we failed, some good things are coming through. Some good things are coming through to ensure that we are getting to that, whatever that earmark is, if it's affordable, attainable workforce, but nonetheless, there are concepts and projects out there.
I have a question on it. The last item that you have listed here, allow off-site or satellite affordable and/or workforce housing units on a different project site. Is that something that developers have asked you for, or have we done that? I'm not, nothing's coming to mind on that.
Yeah, one developer in particular floated the idea of wanting to do a relatively large, conventional, high-end PD, and then maybe a smaller, fewer units, but again, separate site, separate approval process. At the time, there was never an outright no, but I just said, hey, folks might be skeptical of that if there's not a timing component or a guarantee. And to that end, is it all the affordable housing units up front and then the market rate? So yes, we've had that conversation with a number of folks. Including it within the project, although that would probably be the preferred option for everyone. The issue has been that again, I've mentioned it before, the way the comps and the real estate side of things work is, the market rate units typically would be brought down. So The short answer is yes, it is, it's a concept that's been discussed with one developer in particular, didn't come to fruition. He wanted to move forward, at a quicker pace, so just went a different route.
Do you think that would appeal to other developers?
Yes, if you all agree that it's something that could work, again, the devil's in the details, it'll be the percentage and the timing. And again, I don't want to get burned on, hey, we were going to get these affordable units and we never did, so.
Yeah.
Commissioner Moss, I think all of these and that is a good tool, but I think with anything related to affordable housing, and it's going to be the devil in the details about how you work it into the project, the timing of maybe the main project versus the affordable units. And I recognize that I don't know enough about how that works from a project management perspective with the market and all those. So I would kind of look to hash out maybe if we agree on these in concept, maybe hash out the details and the technicalities of how that would work with some of our community stakeholders, maybe at a subsequent meeting when we kind of bring them in to give examples. Because I think the real life scenarios of how that's going to work is really what's going to make it successful or not. If we set up some parameters, Ryan, that's like, 50% of all the affordable housing has to be done before you even start the other, well, that might mess up bonding and loans and all that kind of stuff versus I understand the whole concept of it being a bit disingenuous to do the entire thing and then maybe the affordable aspect doesn't get done. But there's got to be some marrying of that together, and that is not my realm. I don't know what that is, but I would welcome a larger conversation to make sure we're creating a program that is workable for both sides and enforceable, and then is realistically going to get us to our affordability goals.
Much like we approached the first one, are any of these 4 points not acceptable or deemed? And the third one is contingent on the next point, but do you see any issues with sort of generally saying these 4 items are a good approach?
Just to follow up to Susan's comment, is there a way also to work in collaboration with our nonprofits like Habitat for Humanity and the developer, where rather than them take on the full responsibility of can we just work into it that if they fund Habitat or, to some degree?
Or land dedication.
Or collaborate with, I don't know.
A payment in lieu.
Yeah,
There are a lot of
ideas
places
now.
have affordable housing trust funds. Susan's getting ready probably to say something to me, but there are different mechanisms that have been, again, not reinventing the wheel, just looking at what other communities are doing and doing something of that nature. So there's different models, and maybe that's, again, for a specific affordable housing conversation. I don't know what the answer is. I know there's pros and cons to all those concepts, but, we have a tree fund. We could have a house fund. I don't know.
To answer your question, Ryan, I think all 4 are appropriate.
Good. We ready to move on, Mr. Chair? All right, this one should be pretty straightforward, although it's also subjective. And again, the rule of thumb nationally is generally 40 acres. I will say if we want to land on something like that, I would recommend 38 here in Indian River. Most of you may or may not know that most of Indian River Farms was platted as 40-acre tracts, but then they carved out the 30-acre canals and 30-foot roads and canals after the fact. So there's really not many true 40-acre tracts. They tend to be 38 and change. So if we're going to land on a number, 38 might be a good number as opposed to 40. Again, some of the nearby jurisdictions are as low as 5. We actually have done a 4-acre, 4-lot PD here in the county. Way too much time on staff's behalf, very little public benefit, probably not appropriate to do a 4-acre PD for residential, single family. Multifamily, commercial, that's a different topic for a different day. And again, the caveat that if we do land at a number, that it would probably be the recommendation or the understanding that that number can go further down if there's an affordable housing component to it. So again, could be policy. Again, not to pick on the project that kind of spurred this, but it was roughly 20 acres. I think it was 18. So it's hard for an 18-acre site that doesn't have a lot to offer from a natural features perspective to really move the needle on public benefit.
Absolutely.
And Ryan, does that leave us an opportunity for those projects to be more of an affordable housing project? Because they wouldn't, that public benefit cost can actually substantially cause, increase the cost of moving into that. And so could there be something, or, would the BCC be, open to thinking about those kinds of things that might allow those smaller infills to be a little bit more affordable housing, because maybe it can't provide all of those things and it can't do that kind of stuff, and it might help. And just as a thought.
No, I don't know, I fully support increasing that number as affordability, or any of the criteria that we're looking for the greater good of the public. I don't think it could be achieved. I don't know how it's done at 5 acres, so I don't know, I want to see that jurisdiction. But,
It's in your backup. There's
yeah.
a couple.
Yeah,
At
I
least
know.
the county does it.
Yeah,
apparently.
how many homes can you get in there? And how could it be affordable?
That
So-
being said, though, I mean, that's a good to write it that way of 38 acre minimum with the exemption for affordable housing, because if somebody can figure it out, we'd certainly look at it for those smaller.
But it's 40 now, right?
It's only 40 for T and D, so that, if they want to do that specific type of development, it's 40-acre minimum, and if it's below that, they do the mixed-use PD. Again, this is just single-family homes on residential land. The one caveat, not to discount my own argument, is the urban service boundary study was based on properties inside the urban service area. We've heard that there's some smaller pieces that are really hard to develop as is. In fairness, we did assume a 70% multiplier of what would actually be developed on those pieces, meaning that you don't have to do PD to get to your density number to make that USB study still valid. I just want to caveat that. I don't know if I lost you guys on that, but basically what I'm saying is if there's 10 and 20-acre pieces inside the USB, that we're going to essentially say, no, you can't do a PD to kind of juice up that number. You can still do conventional, and you can still develop. Some are going to tell you that the numbers just don't work. That's a different issue for a different day. But I think 38 for just a regular conventional not conventional, regular residential PD, single family only, is a good measure to aim for, because that property should have enough space to dedicate certain areas or other improvements. And then it goes up from there.
Accommodations, public benefit, yes.
Correct.
And it might suit more than one criteria.
Sure. Yeah, it's more than one benefit. Unless it's affordable housing, and then you've checked that box.
Sounds reasonable.
Okay. Consensus there. Look, I told you they'd get you. Oh, sorry.
What are you doing? Yeah, that's good. I'm asleep.
Two more.
I got him.
Mark?
So compatibility with neighboring properties and uses, and again, this is something staff already does in the background as well. When we're looking at a project site, we look at the immediately surrounding properties, what are on, assuming it's a square, what are the 4 immediate, and then we look at the larger context of the, maybe the quarter mile or half mile. Is everything around it all conventional subdivisions? Is everything around it already PDs? So maybe it's not, a round peg in a square hole, so to speak. But there is, again, guidance of, the developer says, hey, your compatibility measures already say 25 feet. That's what I need, that's my minimum, that's all I need to do. And say, but wait, you got 1 acre homes on 3 sides, or 100-foot wide lots when the minimum's only 80. We need to have some additional provisions to provide context for those compatibility measures. Again, sort of pragmatic approach, percentage or fixed for every 1 foot that you reduce the lot with, a half a foot of additional buffer, give or take. We can approach it a number of different ways, but it is something that I think, again, either policy or written into the code, or consider on a project-by-project basis, hey, we need to consider additional compatibility buffer measures for this particular project. Again, it's something that already occurs, but I would like reinforcement that, yes, this is why we're pushing for a 35-foot wide buffer as opposed to a 25.
Do you view this as either option 1 or 2?
No, option 1 or option 1.
Oh, good catch there. I do make mistakes on occasion.
Goodness, Eric. But they're both good.
You only get one option.
Take the fork in the road.
Right.
Calvin's pretty sharp down there when he's awake.
Proofread everything, brother.
Mr. Chairman, I have one on this one that I, just as an observation, especially on smaller, 38, 40 acre things, and, that buffer's required to go in, before you do anything else, and a lot of times that causes issues with irrigation, and being able to get a well permitted in order to put the irrigation in and doing those kinds of things. Would staff be amenable to saying that buffer goes in with that house being built, and it has to be done within X number of years, and if it's not, then you've got to complete that buffer or something, because that solves some of that irrigation. It puts the buffer into actually somebody's yard, which means they have to maintain it, and the documents would say, hey, that has to be maintained properly. So would something like that be considered?
Unfortunately, I think we've already had that experiment and learned that lesson. The landscape buffers have to be in separate tracts that are owned and maintained by the association.
Okay.
And provided at the onset. Yeah, and to the counter to that point, not that I need to argue, but
No.
when we go install that landscape, when it first goes in and it's just being irrigated and fertilized, it might meet the minimum, but it's patchy. It takes years for it to.
It does take time.
And the argument is, hey, once this thing becomes mature, who cares if, they're not gonna know the difference between an 80-foot wide lot or a 70-foot wide lot. But they will know on day one, when there's, 15 rooftops versus the neighborhood next door only has 8. And so now you can see into the back of two homes as opposed to one. So that's sort of where I'm going with that. And it's all context, it's site-specific. Again, like I said, staff already does this to an extent. However, I do think we would need some reinforcement to say, yes, staff, when you analyze on 3 sides that all of the existing lots, even if they could have been 80s, went with 100s because it was a 1990s product and that's what people wanted was bigger yards, and now they're coming in with 70s when they should be 80s, you guys, you get the green light to increase that compatibility measure, whether it be increased landscape material, increased width, what have you, and not the constant, 25 is the minimum, that's what I'm offering. Who cares if the neighbors went with 100? That's all I'm trying to seek on that.
Right.
Seeing nodding, I'll consider that consensus. Okay. All right, last one, and we can, again, 3 points, so I'll just seek if there's any deal killers. The first one being requiring a neighborhood meeting to be hosted by the developer sort of in the middle of the process. TRC is the early, even before TRC, before it's a real project, there's negotiations with staff. But once it's gone to TRC, the departments have taken a look at it, provided technical input. Should the developer be required to host a public meeting with surrounding property owners? Is that a yay or a nay?
Yeah, so, I think you need to notify people that are within the radius that, say, the traffic study considers. So, anybody with, yeah, I go beyond, and see here that you had from 300 feet to 500 feet. I would go beyond that, because we get a lot of complaints, or I hear a lot of complaints about that. I didn't know about it. They live around the corner from it, live a couple miles away from it. The traffic studies generally, I'm speaking just in generalities now, generally take in, anything that's within a few miles of the place.
Okay,
I would let people know. And you need a big sign. Because I've had complaints about that, too.
Right.
You know, the little signs aren't doing it, or maybe a flashing sign, you know, like the traffic signs, you know, that flash. Well, people don't know. And that's been a real bone of contention. I've heard that over and over and over again. Well, we didn't know. They live across from it, they live around the corner from it. And it becomes a sore point. And if you think about it, yes, we make a decision here and we're done. But they're living with it. And they haven't been heard. And I don't think that's right.
Thank you. Well, let's divide that into 2 points. One is the neighborhood meeting concept, something that we have consensus on. And then the radius and the increased sign is technically 3 parts of a subpoint. But as far as the public, the neighborhood meeting, is that?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Because staff has, we haven't required it, other jurisdictions do. But we have recognized when a project is potentially going to be an issue, we strongly recommend it, and more often than not, the developer does adhere. But if we can make it a requirement, it's something that we can do.
I have a question for Susan on that. Y'all don't throw a rock at me when I'm asking this, but if public outcry is tremendous and there's nothing in whatever we have written down to, how does one up here handle that?
Every day.
Yeah, right, but.
Yeah.
So it would depend on what exactly is being asked, but usually there's parties, right? When you have this is it's a public hearing in essence, you have the parties. You have the applicant and you have the county, and you also there are certain rules and there are certain definitions for who's actually an interested person, or like which would be someone considered within a certain area or certain radius. They would be like an affected person. So those are the people who legally you're allowed to take into account what they say. The rest of them, legally, we're not supposed to be taking into account what they say. So that may not necessarily is common knowledge, but that's how it works as far as when you're approving certain developments and whatnot. There's a radius of what the law defines as a person that's a party. It depends on kind of if you're actually affected by, you're an affected person. Because not everyone in the county is deemed to be an affected person when you're looking at it legally.
And that's not our rule, that's like a legal.
That
Just to be
is
clear,
just
that's not an
an-
arbitrary number for everybody in the audience. That's not an arbitrary number we chose.
Clarification, Counselor, because once again, you can go so far and
Yes.
create this into a referendum where the entire county has a say in what happens in this rather small and non-impacted spot, but everyone in the county.
Yeah, that's my point.
I
Is
don't know,
it's
how wide
convoluted
do we
when you're
go?
talking about a public
Yeah.
benefit, and so.
So I wanted to at least make that clear when it came to that. And yes, that's not something that this board or the P&Z or anybody sets. That just happens to be the legal standard where we're dealing with planning and development. That's not made here. So that is correct.
Well, is it a specific number?
I do believe that, again, communication with a community meeting does work well, but it doesn't cover it all. A lot of folks, these good folks they took the time to be here, but not everyone has that in their work schedule. Not everybody has that in their day-to-day operations that they could. You hold a meeting. We recently held some workshops in a variety of ways. We held them in South County, Mid-County, North County, and held them in morning and night. And the response that we got in 2 separate times, again, was limited. And these are factors and discussions that affect a large segment of our population. So I don't believe that just merely by having the community meeting is enough. People may not be able to attend, so we have to increase that with the mailing, another cost factor, but costly. How much is the cost for mistakes? How much is the cost for negative impact? on either the applicant or the community. So there is a cost of doing business, and that would mean certified letters to every address within a perimeter.
Right, so that's just one of 3 suggestions?
Yes.
That's just one.
Right.
And
No, I'm just saying, I would agree with a couple of options.
Yeah.
So that we can
Right.
create a Venn diagram of communication and get an abundance of input.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, it's my experience when the developer has a meeting with the community, and many times the community can express their concerns, and then the developer might be able to adjust and/or relook at their model because or what they're proposing, and it just opens that line of communication rather than the first time they see it is up here on the screen, and then they're automatically in a I'm opposed to that versus kind of them presenting it and then asking their opinions. What do they want to see? Is there something here that's like a no, or is there something that you want, or something like that? So, I mean, I think a community meeting, it really starts the process off on a good foot because you have the community and the prospective developer talking.
Mr. Chairman, and John, you're absolutely right. A neighborhood meeting, they're going to have that at a time that everyone can try to make it, not an odd time that it can't be. I think having that, I think if you put larger signs out there, posted it, that's fine, and mailing it, and my goodness, if they don't get it other than that, I guess you have to hit Facebook. They'll get it on that, but no. Social media.
You've been looking. Oh.
so Susan, is identifying affected people the reason we have people give their address when they come and speak at planning and zoning?
Yes, most definitely.
And the BOCC.
Yeah.
Because if you have, for example, I'm just going to go with the BCC example. If you have someone who happens to be a resident of, and they don't realize it, they happen to be a resident of the city, but they're coming to talk about something that has to do with the county or vice versa. Or if they're a resident of the county and they're going to talk about something for the city, I mean, trying to take it out of the planning perspective, they don't really have a say in what they're talking about. It's just kind of the division of the land and where stuff goes.
You know, we lay a clothing, we lay a offense, we lay a defense. We need to lay a communication.
Absolutely.
And I think it needs to be diverse.
And I will let you know that, and with the experience that I have and the developments that I have had, consulting with, I know that we contact every single HOA around us as well as all of the surrounding residents. We're probably the exception to the rule. I will guarantee we're the exception to the rule. But that has done wonderful things for us to open communication. And we generally start with meeting with their board of directors as opposed to trying to meet with that entire community, so that we let their inner communications take that, and we deal directly with the president of the HOA at that time. And I think that's a great way to start. I can tell you, we have responded positively every time we've done that. And those kinds of things. So I am not opposed to that at all. I think that does fulfill our things. But I'd caution that say, I think we probably should take that with, meet with the HOA president and their board, and so that we're not meeting with the whole community at one thing to get bombarded or whatever. So, let them sort of filter through and communicate to their people. So with some caveat right there, I think that would probably be my suggestion.
Pull the trigger.
Consensus?
Good.
All right, second item is, and again, this might be a little bit nuanced, but more recently, more often than not, Commissioner Moss asked, what is the percentage breakdown of PD versus conventional? Same breakdown for those PDs that seek out conceptual and preliminary together versus just conceptual is probably an 80-20 or a 90-10 where they seek out both. The reason being is speed to market, that if they can get both the conceptual and the preliminary approved at the same time, then they're that further along in the process. However, as we just learned with one of the most recent projects, is they did all that engineering, they went round and round with comments of technical nature. This lot needs to be adjusted here, this hydrant needs to be adjusted there, only to find out that the big picture stuff was never really completely vetted. So, right now, the code just says that they have the option to be allowed to do both. And I don't know if we outright remove that option or not, or again, if it's policy direction just to, hey, if you come to us with conceptual and it affords us the opportunity to really truly flush out the public benefit and the waivers first, and then we'll get you going on preliminary, versus if you come to us with both, that doesn't mean you've gotten past step one.
What's easier for staff?
That's
deal
a
with
loaded
it.
question.
You deal with it.
It's more process to do step one, then step two. However, if we're gonna continue to get the scenario where step one's not passing the bar, then we wasted an awful lot of staff time on step
Well,
two.
word will get out quickly is what they need to do. That's what I'm saying. What's easier for you? If you say, we're gonna do this, they're gonna realize that. And they're gonna come to you with a game plan.
If that message is received, then we can stick with,
I mean, that's on behalf of the BOCC, because they make that rule.
Kind of feel like as long as you give them that caveat and let them know the risk, that's a risk that they're
Yep.
willing to take or not, as far as that, you let
Correct.
the developer take that risk.
I guess the only other part, and again, not to pick on that project, but we have seen some other projects that are kind of sort of really off the wall, maybe really unique in nature, and we say, hey, let's do this conceptual first to see, because it is so different or like I said, unique outside of the box, that we really should go conceptual. Again, what we're talking about here is primarily single-family residential PDs, so well, unfortunately, a lot of it is not out of the box, but again, it's something to be aware of. All right, last item, which is actually a three-part item, but we'll just get a quick run through, is increased notice requirements in particular. And larger, more prevalent signs, there is a cost factor, there's a timing issue as well. I will say that if we are gonna increase either the number or the size of the signs, and just general from a staffing perspective, we would like to make the applicant be responsible for the one furnishing and posting those signs. So that will help offset. Same thing with the notice by mail. Staff will probably still do the notice because it's something that we really need to get right the first time. However, they probably need to foot the cost on an exact calculated basis. Right now, it's baked into our application fees, but it's no exact science. So we could certainly, that's something we could calculate and sort of bill as a la carte item. I am a little bit cautious of how big that radius gets, so we can discuss that. And then lastly, the dedicated project website. Again, I don't know who mentioned Facebook, but
That's me. Social media's a no-no.
right. To that same end, if for larger projects, to quell any miscommunication or complete just falsities that, hey, no, this is what we're proposing. However, again, we would suggest that the developer own and maintain it just from a staffing perspective, but we would have to fact check it, because if they say they're gonna do X, but we're talking to them about Y, we need to have that ability. The number I threw out in the staff
Personally,
report
go
was
down
like
that road.
250 units.
I think if you do a larger sign though, Ryan,
Yes.
don't make the print real small still.
Sure,
Because
sure,
a lot of
yeah,
us can't
obviously.
see it, so if you
Yes.
do a larger sign, make the
Right.
print larger.
Right.
Mr. Chairman?
I like that. And I like the idea of offsetting the cost there, Counselor?
Yeah, that's why she's with us.
Counselor?
Your mic's off.
That's within the realm to pass the immediate cost through the increased awareness to the applicant.
Yes, that would be fine if there was an increased cost. I mean, it goes back to the thought process of the applicant. They wind up paying essentially for their impact. It kind of goes back to that. They have to pay their way to develop. So yes, that would be fine. Goes back to that.
And the web address would be included in the mailings?
Sounds like we're still discussing that option.
I don't know if I
Yeah,
do web
I
address.
just, maybe staff wants to, I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for the board, for the county to develop a page on its website and make it informational, and we post information with their contact information. I just don't know if it's just fundamentally, is it fair to tell every developer, you know, you gotta do a website, they gotta make it, they gotta maintain the content. I just think we might have the opportunity to do that and not push that cost off. In fact, we already have our GIS map that we could probably work on for new applications. I think there's a county solution here. With all due respect, and I'm sorry, Ron, I didn't catch that before, but I think we should withdraw that one about the applicant doing a dedicated project website.
Especially if staff was gonna fact check it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it just,
Maybe that's something you guys can just regroup on.
Yeah,
If we're gonna have
yeah.
multiple meetings, we can just
yeah.
kind of noodle that and bring it
I
back.
like them bearing the expense, though.
I agree with that.
That sounds
With
fine.
application fees and all this.
Encouraging.
Yeah, I understand that part of it, but I agree with John that I think it's probably a little better that county has control over that, because then that communication then to the developer comes directly with, hey, we're having these questions, we're having these issues, and it allows county to directly work with the developer himself to get some resolution to it or to get the facts out properly. And I think that's important. Both of those things are important, because I know a lot of people will say, well, you're doing all of this, and when you get in there and look at the reality of it, it's not an actual to what the perception is.
So I imagine that becomes ADA appliant too.
Yeah, and I also, just without inordinately burdening the applicant, you know, for their project. You know, they're already paying a lot of money for site plan, civil engineering, and all that. I mean, there's costs. We were talking costs, so.
What are the, just to get back to it, what are the legalities with regard to the notice by mail radius? You said there was some kind of, is there a statute, or what are the legalities
So
in that regard?
if we're talking about the notice by mail radius, I believe our current radius is 300, and that's 300 feet, and that's with our actual ordinance. So that can be updated. That's not an issue with that.
Oh, okay. I thought there was some kind of limit, state limit or something like that.
Affected party, that's a.
Yeah, that's different. That's
Okay.
the affected party if how far out they are and if they're actually deemed to be affected. I don't remember that number right off the top of my head, but I can
Okay.
look into it and have it for our next meeting
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay, great. Yeah, because I would like to see anybody who's affected by the traffic that will be generated by any new development be notified of the new development.
Well, those roads are all gonna be done, Laura. They're gonna be done now. We're working on the infrastructure.
As long as you got it, Tommy, okay.
I'm with you.
All right. Did we collect consensus on other procedural items?
Sir.
Yes.
We feel comfortable? You good? Mark, you good? Yep. That concludes your inquiry, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Now the exciting time comes. I'd like to open this up for public input. 2 microphones. State your name for the record.
I got a lot of notes. I'm Deb Robinson, Vice President of Laurel Homes and Laurel Builders. I'd like to give you a quick history. Is in 1973, the leadership of Indian River County and Vero Beach came to Orlando, to our company, and begged us to come to Vero Beach in Indian River County to provide workforce housing. At that time, Piper was running 5,000 employees and 24-hour shifts. So then we go to today, and we've gone from being most welcome people to the rotten developers, and what are they going to do for us? I think when you look at PD, the whole point of it, back in the 80s, the late 80s, when we were designing all this for the community, it was to create an opportunity to do something unique. It was to say, because all of our subdivisions were just squares, just bunches and bunches of squares, as many squares as you could get into a piece of land and get away with it. The PD provided an opportunity. For instance, I built one of the first communities here, the Laurels, which has curvilinear roads, stormwater along the road so that you don't have double frontage lots, lots of landscaping. The thing that I did for the public good was I built the sub-regional lift station that the county paid for. It was a joint venture to the two of us. The attitude wasn't, well, we're going to make the developer this so we can get away with more things. It was, let's see what we can do to make the community better as a whole. So if you say, what are you going to do for me as a developer? I'm going to say, I'm not going to do anything for you. Not any more than your dentist is or your doctor is or anybody else. I will run a pro forma on a piece of land designed to meet the requirements of the community, whatever your requirements are in the county or the city, and then I will see if I can sell it once I've figured out how much it's all going to cost. At the end of the day, every single rule you add, every single foot you add to the buffer restricts how many units you can build, which means they've got to cost more. I'm not paying for it. I mean, it's not Christmas. You know, I've got to feed my family and pay my mortgage the same as y'all do. So you have to look at all these choices that you make, recognizing literally that you are impacting how much those lots are going to cost. If Ryan adds another 10 foot to the buffer, that may mean you've lost a whole row of houses because there's not enough room to get them in there anymore. Okay, so that means all the houses cost more. You want to know why you don't have affordable housing? That's why you don't have affordable housing. We have so many regulations already on the books that were somebody's good idea that day that don't really have any logical reason for being there, that restrict how well you can develop these properties. I wish we would just be careful about adding more. Think about, there needs to be a logic to these things. I remember when Roland DeBlois, I'm not sure if any of you were here that long, but he was our environmental planner. And he decided we had to have an oak tree every 25 feet. I said, Roland, what are you talking about? You know, canopy trees have a 50-foot canopy. You can't put an oak tree every 25 feet. You're not going to have any understory. You're going to have an erosion. The trees aren't going to be healthy. He goes, I think Victory Boulevard looks nice. Don't you think it's about 25 feet? I said, no, it's not 25 feet. It's 60 feet. But what's on our books? 25 feet. Lots of our regulations are because a group of people got together and it sounded logical at the time. Please look for not just what sounds like a good idea. Look to see, is it going to create a better community as a whole? We don't have any workforce housing. That means we don't get businesses coming to town because their employees have no place to live. You are creating that problem by these kinds of issues. I felt like I was doing a great job when I built the sub-regional lift station in the Laurels as my part to doing a PD. Today, you would make me pay for that. But remember, I'm not paying for it. Your citizens, the people who are going to be living there, they're paying for it. Or more likely, not paying for it because fewer and fewer people can afford it. When we moved to town, Pete built Laurelwood. The houses were $28,000. They're selling for $350,000 now. That was workforce development. And I've got some more things. Oh, Laurel Springs. Laurel Springs is out on 8th Street. For some reason, most of our communities are on 8th Street. Now, that's only 20 acres, and that was the old marl pit. And we bought that and just put 6 estate lots in it. And we saved a perimeter buffer, and we saved the spring for everyone to use, and we saved some environmental planning in front. Now, I couldn't do that today if you make it only 40-acre communities. There is no, I don't even know how we would develop that property today. I think the whole point of unique is don't tie yourself down so far that you can't do things. And please recognize when you're requiring, you're talking about, well, we're going to make the developer do this, we're going to make the developer do that. No, you're making Mr. and Mrs. Smith pay for something you want. And the question is, do you want it that badly that they should have to pay for it? Because the people who are making that decision are the doctors, or the nurses, and the teachers, and the firemen, and the people who can't get into houses because it's just getting more and more and more expensive. The buffer issue that Brian brought up, when you take, we've had a 25-foot buffer since these codes came in 1989, 1990. So did they stop working? Does a 25-foot buffer no longer create a buffer that we need to add an extra foot or an extra 10 feet? That's taken away, that footage from that property. That's taken away the opportunity for another row of houses. So I just think we need to see what the if this then that is and the impact of some of the decisions. Now, talking to the neighbors, I think it's absolutely important that neighbors are notified that something's going to happen on a property. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to redesign my subdivision because the neighbors don't like it. Any more than you're not going to paint your house blue because your neighbors don't like it. I'm going to follow the requirements of the community, but there has to be, at some point, there has to be some relief, you know? We may be the big bad developers, but I'm just one of your neighbors doing, I think, a pretty good job. Most of you seem to like our communities. So, you know, it would be nice to have a little support on that side, too. The point of taking away the opportunity for optional or for conceptual, doing it simultaneously, I'll tell you, the biggest single problem that you have is that it takes forever to do a project in Indian River County, okay? Forever. The process is, we wouldn't be doing this project at all if we didn't own the land. There's no way. There's no way you could afford to do it because the time factor is so great. You've got money being tied up. You have to get the money committed. You don't just go at the day that you finally get your permit and say, oh, wow, let's go get some financing. That has to be done way, way, way downstream. And once that money is tied up, the clock starts ticking. You're paying for it from that moment. There's not ever going to be affordable housing in this community based on this model, period, except for the companies who are not-for-profits who only do it. They're the only ones that can afford it. You know, and it's not just affordable housing, it's the higher end too. And what you're doing, you're driving those prices higher and higher and higher and higher. Well, luckily we've got, you know, a good percentage of people who have that kind of money moving in, but it doesn't do anything for that percentage that can't afford it. So simultaneous, we've always done, and well, I say we always, probably not in the last, I don't know, last 15 years, but before that, we did simultaneous reviews because it shortened the time. And it's the developer's responsibility to say, you know, it's my problem if I screw up. But, you know, you're paying for it. And whether it takes more staff time or not, that's not my problem because that's their job. Their responsibility is to be reviewing it in as timely a manner as possible. So, you know, I would strongly recommend that you let people continue doing that. But I will say, your idea about the county website, that's a great idea. Because there isn't anybody, I mean, if I was a brain surgeon, I would be designing my own websites and not working in the dirt. So clearly, that's not my strength. So having something that would work for the whole county, I think, would be super. So anyway, thank you for your patience and your time.
Thank you.
Barbara Ruddy County. I love the term growth with grace. And I want to refer to a project that's been completed recently in Indian River County that I really don't think reflects grace. And I want to just suggest that something like this does not happen again. I'm referring to the Vivian on Indian River Boulevard. I think that I and most people I know think that the design is very unattractive, but the color combination is really quite awful. And when I asked Jason Jeffries how that happened, he said that the city has no code related to color. I hope that's not the case in with the county, because if you don't have a code related to color, which could result in a project like the Vivian, I would suggest that you get a code that deals with color. Also, on Indian River County, on Indian River Boulevard, I think a project was passed last Thursday, the new 318-unit combination that will be behind the hospital and the wetlands. And I think it's designed to accommodate about 600 cars coming in every single day. So if you take that number of vehicles plus what's happening on 37th Street going to the hospital, the Vivian, the growth pattern in vehicle circulation on Indian River Boulevard is tremendous. So I'm wondering about the traffic survey that's been done that allows this sort of growth in traffic on Indian River Boulevard. Thank you.
I'm Richard Bialowski. It's late. I don't even want to hear myself talk at this point, but I just want to make a few points. We're not talking about TNDs, obviously, but I'm a great fan of TNDs because we're like Tina Turner. We never do anything nice and easy. But if you read the preamble to the TND ordinance, it goes into some depth about the monotony of the typical subdivision. And I think, that's what we have the opportunity to deal with the plan development. And unfortunately, there's a subjective element that gets you to something that's charming and has a sense of place. And I don't know how we do that. I mean, in my California part of my career, that's all I dealt with was subjective approvals. And it's brutal and it's no fun, and I appreciate when it's not subjective. But at the same time, there has to be some way, to ensure some charm in a project. And I don't know what that is, but, just making some noise about it maybe makes a difference. They say if you don't know where you are, you don't know who you are. And the sameness of a lot of the things we create kind of lack a sense of place. So I want to make some specific short points here about inclusive housing. I think the one thing that was left out, I heard it mentioned, but it wasn't on the chart, was in lieu fees. I have built inclusionary housing. I have paid in lieu fees to not have to build inclusionary housing, and I have used in lieu fees to build affordable housing. They're all an important part of the puzzle. There are just times when they're all appropriate. I know Commissioner Adams has heard me say this many times. If you want affordable housing, you need two things: increasing density for affordable housing and very significant public subsidies. Without that, it doesn't happen, and you can talk. It's not about the buffers. It's not about anything else. It's about those two things, end of story, and probably disabusing ourselves of the notion that the single-family home is ever going to be an affordable element of housing. There's a very vibrant term in planning circles the last 10 years called the missing middle. It's about housing types, townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, cottage homes. We need to be thinking about that if we're going to get to affordability. The other quick things I want to add as a possible public amenity is native Florida landscaping. If the Doctors Baker were here, they could give us all a 2 or 3 hour presentation on the reason why native Florida landscaping is a major aspect of preserving the wildlife, the birds and everything else, and that is a public interest. And maybe, possibly, green certification, because if you have a project with green certification, you have addressed a lot of global issues. They may not be about a park in the neighborhood, but green certification has to do with, if you're buying a product from Nebraska versus a product from Haines City, Florida, you're using less fuel in the transportation, and in the long run, that is a public benefit. So you really, I would like us to think as globally as we can about those benefits. And other than that, I want to jump off topic for 1 minute, and it's probably not appropriate, but I want to tell you a story. last week around Tuesday, I was walking my neighborhood and talking to a young family who was complaining that the county had put some 30-mile-an-hour speed limit signs coming into our neighborhood off of A1A. The next morning, I wrote a letter to Adi Javed, who sent me a letter back 5 minutes later saying he didn't work with the county anymore. An hour later, I got a letter back from Nancy saying she would look into it. And today, by 12 o'clock, 20-mile-an-hour signs were put in my neighborhood in place of the 30-mile-an-hour signs. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. I've always enjoyed working with everybody in this county. I think we're all on the same page. We argue about small things, but we all want the same quality of life. But boy, you know, that responsiveness from the county was just unbelievable. And I'm happy to have a forum to be able to thank Nancy. And thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Good evening, commissioners and board members. My name is Nick Schroth. I'm actually a resident of Stewart, and I grew up in the Florida Keys. I recognize that I'm not a resident of Indian River County, and not here to tell you how to do anything different, but just maybe make a few suggestions. I'm a commercial real estate broker with NAI South Coast. Primarily represent landowners and, you know, folks that are selling land, and a lot of the folks that we deal with are home builders and interested in developing that land. So a couple things, you know, with affordable housing, it really all boils down to supply and demand, and housing is kind of this stepping stone supply chain. You can't just linearly add supply to the market. It comes in big chunks, and those big chunks take a lot of time. The other part about affordable housing, like growing up in the Keys, I kind of saw this where there really wasn't the ability to add new housing down there, so you genuinely ended up with an affordability problem, whereas in an area like a land, you know, like a mainland county, you have additional land, you build new units. That balance of supply and demand is what keeps that existing housing stock in pricing check. You know, your housing out on the island is always going to be more expensive because of that inability to add supply in those, you know, land constrained areas. So when you get on the mainland, it is, you know, I just want to point out how critical it is to look at that supply and demand balance, not necessarily to make the guy coming in make those brand new units affordable, but to keep the balance in check on those 10-year-old, 20-year-old, you know, rental units. The house I built in Stewart is right across the street from a couple of duplexes, and, you know, Stewart hadn't added an apartment complex in 15 years. And I actually lived in one of those duplexes while I was building my house, and so I watched the rent in those go from like $1,500 a month to $1,800 a month to $2,500 a month over the course of like 24 months. And it just kind of, you know, resonated that, hey, as that new supply comes on, and I watched them, you know, now living across the street, I've watched them go back down to $1,800 a month. So that supply and demand is really critical, especially in that, you know, entry-level rental housing world. The other thing I would add is that time is really the most expensive and most preventable part of development. When it takes a year, 2 years to get through that process, what you end up with is a buyer of land that is going to a seller of land and saying, hey, I'm not going to give you your money for 1.5 years or 2 years. And that seller turns around and says, well, you got to pay me a premium for that, because you're essentially, you know, trying to entice me into an option. So when there is a lack of certainty in what you can do with your land, and you are talking those kind of time frames, it's a doom loop, because the person that agrees to it has now set a price of that land, has set a land value that everybody else sees and everybody else is chasing. And so that becomes, you know, a big problem in the, you know, affordability concept, because someone might be paying that premium because they had to buy that time. But now that closing's on the record, now that price per acre is considered gospel, you have this idea that the next guy has to pay me more because now I'm giving that guy the option, and this is what this land's already worth. So time, it's not maybe relevant to the PD process, but it is just something, to consider as you discuss development. The time is preventable and it is extremely expensive. And with that, certainty is also part of that. The reason that builder is looking for that option on that land and that time before they'll close is because there's a lot of times a lack of certainty. And it does, a lot of that lack of certainty comes from the multiple agencies, even agencies that aren't present here today and will never be present here today, that you have to go through in order to get to the finish line. The one thing that I would say as y'all are talking about PDs is take a look at the property appraiser's map and go to some of these older subdivisions, that have the 100-foot lots, that have the 80-foot lots, and just look at the width of the roads, look at how much retention, look at where their stormwater is. And the reason I point that out is because a lot of the requirements that go beyond the code that Brian and Patrick and them are looking at create so much more common area in a subdivision today. And so while you have, the statement was made a couple times today, well, if you have RS3, you're never gonna get 3 units per acre. You might have back in the day before you had to have a right-of-way that's twice as wide, before you had to have 25% retention, before you had to have all of this stuff. So you might look at some of these subdivisions that are 100-foot lot subdivisions, and you might do the math of 43,560 divided by 3 and come up with, numbers that do get you to 3 units per acre. But because of the requirements of other agencies and other, engineering and buffers and, this, that, and the other thing, you're really not getting close to it. So even though I think the comment was made today that they're not trying to downzone, over time, the landowner has incrementally been downzoned by these other requirements, by these outside, forces. So taking a look at that property appraiser map and looking at those lot lines and looking at those common areas, just a suggestion. I mean, I sit there and look at the property appraiser's website every day. I've got an app on my phone that can show it to me, right now as we speak. And so looking at, those subdivisions that, hey, I really like this subdivision, comparing that to something that might have just been developed, it's those nuanced little areas of common area that all add up in that calculation of density. A couple other, I think it was actually on the presentation, but it wasn't mentioned. We're working on an RM6 zone property. So the property has an RM6 zoning. It's allowed 6 units per acre. You can do condos, you can do townhomes, you can do plat over site plan, but the minimum lot size is 70 feet. So if you try to go in there and do a platted fee simple lot size at 40 or 50 feet, you're now in a PD process. And the plat over site plan concepts, that, again, I'm an outsider, it's a little bit of a strange bird. You're trying to explain to someone, hey, when you buy this house, you're buying the dirt underneath it, but you're not buying, the inside of your fence. You're not buying, your driveway, that sort of thing. So it's a little bit of an odd concept. And to the person looking at that house at the finished product, they may not know the difference. So how is that, a better program or a permitted program when, the 40-foot lot that's the same product is a PD all of a sudden? The other thing is architectural requirements. I grew up in a neighborhood, I grew up in the Keys where every house is different, right? Like the double wide trailer that I grew up in is very different than the double wide trailer next to it. And the nice neighborhoods, all those houses were different too. I built a house in Rocky Point down in Stewart, and the neighborhood was platted in 1920, so every house out there is very different too, and I can appreciate that. And I think if you asked, or if that was part of a PD benefit, you could get that very easily out of a lot of builders, because there is a, hey, we need to be max efficiency program, but I don't see Indian River County as that place that needs to be max efficiency. Every builder is going to be happy to put, a few different models every builder, I think, would be happy to say, we're not gonna put two elevations next to each other. We're gonna mix up some colors. Everybody's got their preference on colors. I don't know that you need to tell them what it is, but, you know, mix it up. And, you know, that's probably some low-hanging fruit out there that you guys can jump on and build into that. And I didn't hear that mentioned tonight, so I did want to just mention that. And I do think, you know, while I appreciate, and Ryan and I have had this, you know, back and forth a few times on a reduction in density is not a public benefit. I think if you can prove that you are genuinely reducing the density down from what you could otherwise get, whether that's, you know, because you're doing a different product than the code might allow, or whatever, that is, you know, I think a benefit. It's less cars, it's less utilities, it's, you know, there's something to be said for that. You may have to prove your case, but I saw it on the chart today. It was one of the gray area things that didn't get much discussion. But I did want to, you know, point that out and just bring that to y'all's attention, because I do think, you know, especially when you get into the RM districts, if you have a district that's RM, you have a sizable piece of property, and you can be talking huge swings in unit counts by going to a single-family product that maybe isn't any different than you get by plowed over site plan anyway. So I appreciate your time, and thank you, and appreciate y'all letting me come and speak today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the time. For the record, Pete Hoffhines. I've worked with Cutler and Herring. I work with Nick. I've been a professional land planner for 17 years now. And I think the discussion here tonight was good. I took a lot of notes. I learned a few things. I am not from Indian River County, but I'm working on a few projects here, so it was good to get a sense of where the community's at. A couple things that Nick touched on that I think are important. One was the density reduction as a public benefit. That touches a lot of different areas, from municipal services, water, sewer, solid waste, to emergency response, first responders. Less people, less cars, less impact. I think that needs to be looked at by staff as a potential public benefit. Another one of the items that we discussed was, you know, we're working on a project that if we came in with a by right plan, we could certainly get the unit count there. But I don't know if it's a plan I'd want to put before the zoning commission. I don't know if it's a plan I'd want to bring before the county commission. As a land planner and a designer, it just doesn't look good. It's crammed in there. You fill out the balance of the units with a multifamily product that probably doesn't look very good. But sometimes that looks like it's the least restrictive way, as Nick mentioned, time to get something through the process. Enjoyed working with staff, a lot of collaboration there. But at the end of the day, the PD process allowing for that creativity with the offset of public benefits, and they're really hard to define. I've worked in a lot of jurisdictions and a lot of municipalities. Nobody has a concrete, you know, hey, if you go 1 foot down in a setback, then you go 3 feet on a buffer. It's always looked at on a case-by-case basis. That's why it's a quasi-judicial proceeding. It comes before the zoning commission. It comes before the Board of County Commissioners to take all of the evidence into account and look at what's being presented before them. Does this fit the character of the community? Is this a product that the community is going to support? And that's the job of the professionals and the appointed advisory board members and the elected officials. If the project comes before you and you all have determined that the public benefits don't mean enough to offset the waivers that are being requested, then that's a decision that the zoning commission and that's a decision that the board makes. But if you look at a project and it has creative design, the retention areas are designed thoughtfully with landscaping and not just open grassed areas, you know, that kind of creativity goes a long way to making a quality project. Again, on the architectural monotony, I think that's a low-hanging fruit. That's something that could be easily inserted from a policy standpoint or into the code. I think there's a lot of developers out there that want to have architectural, anti-monotony. At the end of the day, we have to create a neighborhood that needs to be sold. We have to entice buyers. We have to provide a quality design, a quality product at a price in a competitive market. And so when we talk about buffers, a lot of projects want bigger buffers. They want buffers to screen not only the outside, but to screen the views of the backyard. So, when you're looking at your buffers, take that into account. The buffers today seem to be working fine. But again, to go back to the earlier point, buffers increase, houses come out, costs go up. So it's a giant balancing act. And I don't know if you can truly put it all in one box and give prescriptive criteria to make it work, but at least I commend you all for having the discussion, opening it up for public input so we can let you know from the private sector side what we're going up against. And it doesn't get any easier. Every new regulation is more that we have to contend with. So I commend you all for the discussion. I look forward to coming back for more meetings and being before you with multiple projects. Thank you.
Thank you. How you doing, everybody? Consider me the seventh inning stretch, okay? I'm going to talk in big terms, and I'm going to narrow it down real quick. I'm looking at this from an agricultural standpoint. But before that, I want to say I'm a Christian. When I get in these gatherings, I like to say that because you can't say it in China, and you can't say it in a lot of Middle Eastern countries. So I'm going to say I'm a Christian. And you have two flags up there. One's the American flag, and one's the Florida flag. Little flag education. You know what that stripe is? That stripe is called the St. Andrew's Cross. And St. Andrew was the brother of Peter. And St. Andrew Christianized Spain. The Spanish control in Florida was pretty intense. So that's where that flag came from. And eventually, Jesus was hung on a cross like this. Peter was hung upside down. And his brother, Andrew, was actually put in 4 quarters and hung. So please don't roll your eyes. If you don't want to look at it religiously, I'm giving you a little history. I really enjoy Florida. I wish it was a sovereign state. I love Florida. On a personal note, my name's James Shaw. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do any drugs, I'm not on any antidepressants. I've been married 43 years. I have 8 children, I have 25 grandchildren. A couple of my kids played football at Penn State, another one played at Maryland. Got a couple girls that are school teachers, etc. And I'm not saying that because I have a halo around my head wrapped so tight that my brains are going to cut loose. I'm saying that to number 1, I like life. And number 2, I got skin in the game with my family, as we all do here. I like agriculture. Ag in Florida is getting very, very scary. We're getting compressed, and I believe ag is still a nice portion that Vero Beach can hang on to. Florida is losing 125 acres a day in farmland, total of 45,000 acres a year. And once it's gone, once it's under concrete, it's gone. And Florida's a little different. Florida's a little different. You put a shovel in the ground, you're hitting water in about 6 feet. And I did run for agricultural commissioner. It's a state position, it's a cabinet position. Ran against Wilton Simpson. He was the state senator. He had Trump's backing and DeSantis's backing. He got 1 million votes, I got 600,000. And I'm saying that because I was a player up and down the state. I went to all kinds of meetings, met all kinds of people, dealt with all kinds of committees, and 3 things they were concerned about. I'll just pass this on. Number 1, they all wanted guns. They didn't want their gun rights taken away. Number two, at the time, this was 2022, illegal immigration. He said it was really an issue in Florida. And number three, developers. Developers. And the farmland disappearing and getting bought up. And that's somewhat why I'm here. Now I'll start cutting to the chase. I want to narrow it down to the 7,000 acres bought by Epic Estates. That's west of 95. I watched your meeting 2 weeks ago, 9/9/25. Thank goodness for YouTube. I think at the 3-hour and 45-minute mark. The gentleman, his name was Yagatash Yaramatseti. He said he was an educated man from Mumbai, India. He said he was speaking for the voice of 400 people that bought 7,000 acres. And he wants to make it his home. And he wants to make his home in Vero Beach. And he kept mentioning affordable housing. He said, this is a waste of land. I take offense to that. Why is that a waste of land? Farmland. You ever eat? Does anybody here eat? You know, and when I hear words like development, restructuring, progressiveness, why does it all relate to cement? Why does it always relate to sewer lines and hard hats? Why don't we have just a total paradigm shift and try to start it here in Vero Beach, where all of a sudden agriculture means something? All right, where we take care of it. We don't treat agriculture like a second-class citizen. Like I said, we're losing 125 acres a day. Well, anyway, I'll start narrowing it down. It seemed like he mentioned 7,000 acres here that they bought in Vero Beach, west of 95, which as far as I was concerned was somewhat of a Trojan horse, because I saw that citrus growing in there. I said, man, this is great. And then I went to their website and said they were going to keep it like that until they were given the okay to develop it. If you want to check that out for the record, that's under Epic Estates YouTube channel, repurposing distressed citrus grove in the 14-second mark. But what he said was interesting.
Sir, is this going to get to the land unit development discussion? Because I think that we have a lot of folks that want to talk about the plan unit development. That's the very purpose why we're here. Conversation is interesting, and you had the opportunity. I want to thank you for your presentation. Thank you. No.
Can you give me time?
We're talking about the plan unit development. I know why that's why many of you are here. We need to refocus back to the plan unit development.
Well, considering we're dealing with 7,000 acres and he's using the words affordable housing, I think that might fit under the heading. It's up for discussion. I just have, sir, I understand there's people who want to speak. 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. He mentioned Sarasota. He said, we're well accepted in Sarasota. He said, I don't really think we're all that welcome here in Vero Beach. Well, I'll tell you what, I've been up and down. Vero Beach is special. It's an oasis. This place is special. It's not West Palm, it's not Fort Lauderdale, it's not Daytona. It is special. And there's nothing wrong with a special place in keeping it special. Growth doesn't necessarily mean positive. But anyway, I want to give you some hard facts about Sarasota with the growth he's talking about. Murder, national average 6.3 per 100,000, Sarasota 12.6 per 100,000. Assault crimes 268 per 100,000, national average, Sarasota 465 per 100,000. Robbery, national average 66 robberies per 100,000. Sarasota 135 robberies per 100,000. Burglaries 269 per 100,000 for the national average. Sarasota, 417 per 100,000. Auto theft, 282 per 100,000 national average. Sarasota, 330 per 100,000. 1 minute. Violent crime, national average, 370 per 100,000. Sarasota, 659 per 100,000. The question's asked, is Sarasota or Tampa safer? The answer was growing crime rates in recent history show Tampa is now safer than Sarasota. The violent crime national average, and that's a good indicator, is 370 per 100,000. Sarasota is 659 per 100,000. Vero Beach is 219 per 100,000. This is a nice, safe place to live. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Lois Wolf. Good evening, everyone. I'm from unincorporated Indian River County, 109th Street in Fellsmere. I know it's late and you're all tired, so I just really need to get a few things off my chest, so I'm going to go through my laundry list, as confusing as it may be. Thank you very much, Commissioner Moss, for your thoughts and your comments. We are losing land in Florida, and I am absolutely heartbroken over it. I came from a development in Vero Beach, and so I have a vested interest even in Vero Beach, even though I'm in unincorporated Vero Beach. I am very worried about the loss of land. I'm very worried about all of the development. I've attended those meetings about the future of development and trying to maintain the grace of Vero Beach. I've been very vocal about it, but I'm just not seeing it. And as I drive through Vero, I continue to see clear cutting of land, despite the fact that I keep hearing things about conservation, animal welfare, preserving habitat for our animals. All I continually see is clear cutting. I don't see trees growing up, and I was really happy to hear Commissioner Moss talk about the albatross on 8th Street. And when we talk about affordable housing, and I've yet to learn exactly what affordable housing is, but you talk about high-density housing, and we're putting houses on postage-size stamp properties, and they're still not affordable. Now, I'm not sure, I can't say exactly how much those homes are, but somewhere along the line I heard that they were still like in the vicinity of $400,000. Now, when I drive through 8th Street and look at that development, it looks like an encampment. It's an embarrassment to Vero Beach. And most recently, there's 2 others that are an embarrassment. I think the one lady may have been referencing the one on Indian River Drive that I just saw today across from Vero Orthopedics. It's despicable. And the other one that's equally as bad is the one behind the mall on 26th Street. It's almost as bad. And I'd like to know how affordable those units are going to be. And I don't know who approved those, but they absolutely do not fit within the environment that they were built in. It's just, and I mean, there are some really beautiful communities that are built, even the ones across the street on Indian River Drive, or at least nice planned communities. And now across the street, you have this stark, ugly painted, whatever they are, apartments, townhouses, whatever. But I just think it's going to continue. Developers are going to develop. Land barons are looking for land. I'd like to remain positive and say that it will be controlled development, but my thought, my opinion is Vero Beach is going to look like Port St. Lucie. And when everybody's done in Vero Beach, they're going to move to Fellsmere, my beautiful community. I moved out there to be in the country. And already I wake up every day to the sounds of bulldozers and backhoes and see that land being devastated. The only final thing I have to say in follow-up to this gentleman is they tried to take almost 800 acres in Fellsmere, way back out in farm country, surrounded by homes that were all 10 acres. This same group bought 757 acres, and we're going to try to circumvent zoning by annexing it into the city of Fellsmere. It was only by the grace of God that we found out about it in the community and went to the Fellsmere City Council. So when you talk about communication, it's paramount that the residents of Vero Beach know what's going on within their community. We did not know. It was only by sheer luck that we found out. And at yesterday's meeting, I found out that Attorney Dill didn't even know in the city of Fellsmere about something that was going on in the community. So communication is very important, and I think it's a great idea to have these developments communicated to people. But we are losing land, and I love Vero Beach. And every time I see clear cutting and these cookie cutter homes going up on postage-sized property, it absolutely breaks my heart. But thank you for listening to me.
Hi, my name is Peter Robinson. I'm Deb Robinson's husband. And I live at 315 Great Twig Road in Vero Beach, Florida. It was interesting that the reason this meeting was called was because Tom Lowther was worried that they voted against a project, and then it came to you guys, the commissioners, and you voted for the project. So now we're gonna write up a whole bunch of new laws, and somehow we're gonna figure out what the hell we're doing.
That wasn't right, Peter. If you can say the truth, say the truth.
Okay, tell
It
me
was
what the
denied
truth is.
here, and it was denied at the BOCC.
Yes.
They didn't approve it. So speak the truth.
Oh, they didn't approve it. Who approved it then?
It didn't get
Nobody.
approved.
Didn't get approved, okay.
Doesn't
Well,
exist.
that's the way I understood.
It doesn't exist.
That's what I understood from what
Okay,
you
so
said.
you can retract
So
what you said then.
I will,
Okay.
you know, I,
Yeah.
you didn't make yourself clear, Tom.
Voted no.
So,
I didn't have to make myself
well,
clear.
I know, but I'm listening. I'm just the guy in the stands
Voted
listening.
no's here, yeah.
I've got you now.
Okay.
Yeah. no,
I'm listening.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's my point. What you really need to do, you want PDs where people will do something different and you're willing to take a risk at it. And what I would do is have a conceptual PD allowed to come before the commission at the very beginning where the developer could tell you what he wants to do, and you could tell him he's crazy, don't go to these guys here and spend thousands of dollars trying to get something approved and then arguing about the size of the lot and all this other crap. Or you could tell him, you know, that's got some, you know, some decent ideas in it, so go back and get with those guys and bring it through. So everybody, but you would all know about it, and everybody would know about it before it ever started on the cycle. And that's where the problem is right now. We have that piece of property which you guys approved the zoning on 4-0 at one of your recent meetings, and that took us a year. It was land used 8 units an acre just to get it zoned. That took 1 year. And when we came in, it's a 9-acre piece of property. When we came in to meet with the staff, there were 12 people from the staff there, and there was my wife and I. You know, something's out of whack if you need 12 people to look at 9 acres. And it's already land used. So all I'm saying is, if you listen to our president, he keeps saying, you need less people on the regulations. What you need to do is provide for people with crazy ideas
to be able to come in and talk to you and say, this is what we want to do, and then you decide whether you want to do it or not. You guys have been talking about units and all this other stuff, and a lot of projects that we work on, if we want to work on them, they're totally different than that. And then we don't want to get stuck up here for 2 years to be told we can't do it. So all I'm saying is allow a conceptual plan to come in, and you guys can say, that's worth taking on, you know, and this is up to the developer to be willing to do that. Or you can tell the developer, no, that's not a good idea, forget it. So, did you want to say something, Joe?
Mr. Robinson, are you referring back to a decision that was made recently on a subdivision that you had something to do with?
No, I'm not referring on a subdivision I had something to do with. I referred on the zoning I had to do with.
Right, and it came before us,
Yeah,
and there was a positive outcome.
it was a positive outcome after I went through the bureaucracy just to get the zoning for a year. That's a long time. You've heard people talk up here about, you know,
Sure.
borrow money and all those things. That's the way you guys have your laws set up is you got to go to this meeting, and then after you go to that meeting, you got to go to this meeting, and there's always staff is overworked, you know. There's always a month in between because you got to let staff get to the next one, and then you got to go to the other one. You got, you know, it's a long system, and the long system kills people who when you're getting into affordable housing, you got to get the price down where people can afford it. And the longer it takes, you say, the hell with it. I'll just sell the land and move on. But that's what you're doing. And I'm just saying, provide a chance for the developer to come in early and say, I got a conceptual plan, this is what I want to do. Should I go work it, or do you not want me to work it? And it's going to be different. And you'll get different things than anything you talked about here tonight. Because people will come in with different ideas that you never thought of. And that's the problem when you make all these rules. You're all thinking one thing, and you've heard different developers here. We've all built different ways. We got a huge problem, though, on affordable housing in this town. Piper was the reason we came down, because they needed housing for their employees. Right now, if you go over to Piper, there's 50 people they attempted to hire that could never find any housing. So, and that's just this year, you know? So that what you're doing is you're hurting Piper being able to grow because they're selling everything they've got. They're owned by the Sultan of Brunei. At some point, the Sultan's going to say, well, get out of that damn town. Let's go somewhere where we can get some real workers. So, you know, that's a problem. You got to let companies that live here and work here and employ people, you know, it's always good to have a job. You got to give them a chance. And if you don't provide housing for their workers, God knows where they're going to go. So that's the only points I want to make, is that, you know, the time is expensive, and you need to shorten this stuff. We sat here, how long have we been here? 3 hours, 4 hours? Nothing got built. All we did is talk about paper, look at little things and say, hey, what do you think about that word? Do you think that word's good? That word, I'm glad you think about that word, but that word is not the whole deal. The whole deal is getting a product built and having people live in it. And I've fortunately done that many times in my life, and I've been fortunate. But I'm getting old, and I'll be dead shortly. So, you know, I'd like to get a couple more things done before I die. Thank you.
Mr. Robinson, I just want to say thank you for the project in which you presented. And yes, I agree, because it's extremely favorable. And we had the opportunity to see it just that day in order to decide to go forward. And it would have been better, because you would have been halfway built if we had a different methodology to get you there.
That's what I'm talking about.
And Peter, I believe I voted for that as well at the P&Z level. So I just want to throw that out there.
Right.
And truly.
That was just zoning. That's all it was. It was just
I know,
zoning.
but truly, we have had this discussion since 2002 about affordable housing. Right. It hasn't gone anywhere. We have had this discussion about staff and not being able to do building permits and not being able to expedite things since 2002. It hasn't gone anywhere. Whose fault is that?
Well,
Whose?
let me tell you about when I first came here.
No, it doesn't need to be.
No, because
Whose fault
this is
is it
what
that
you
it's
need
not
to
being
know.
expedited? I'm trying to help you.
Is it my fault?
No.
Okay.
Does staff need to be picked up and taken care of and know how to do their job?
Well,
I'm speaking the truth.
yes.
Okay, that's all I need.
You know, and you probably need less staff.
Well, I can't take care of that.
Yeah.
I'm on the planning and zoning.
Yeah, but here's, when I first came down here, they came to us and they said, would you come down and, build some affordable housing because you've done it in Orlando, you know what you're doing. And we came and we met with Dewey Walker, and he was the head of zoning. And we showed Dewey what we wanted to do. That's why I was telling you about the conceptual plan. He said, we'd really like you to do that down here. So we then went out and we found the land that today is Laurelwood. And it's been there for, 30 years or more now. 50 years, my wife's telling me, 50 years. And it's still pretty nice stuff, for being as old as the houses are.
Well, I can tell you, try to build a crematory. You talk about regulatory problems. I did that.
Right.
So I've worn the same hat you wore.
Right.
Absolutely.
So you know exactly what the problem is.
I know exactly.
Yeah, and what we've got to do is we've got to get people so they can come in with a conceptual plan, be told they can do it, and then get on with it. Because if you don't get them built, those 50 people that won't ever go to work at Piper because they can't find a place to live.
I think what you're saying also is staff needs to begin to expedite these procedures and processes because it does cost money.
Well, you notice.
I get that.
You notice my proposal is you don't go to staff first. You go to the commissioners first and let them tell you whether you should do it.
Well, you've got four of them here tonight.
Right.
You told. Now, if they can't handle that job,
yeah,
the elections are coming up.
And the other thing you need to look at, because once again, we've got a housing problem, and all our units are the same. So if you build a 5-bedroom, great big house for $500,000, that's one unit. If you want to build a little 1-bedroom unit, because they've taken surveys and there's a big bunch of people here that would live in 1-bedroom units, that should be less of a unit than the 5-bedroom house. And I don't, that's something you got to think about. Because that's the big problem. And there's another problem you got in this town. You've got 55 and over.
I'm part of that.
That's a federal program. When I started Laurelwood, I'm selling my houses 28 to 33. Vista is selling Vista Royale for about 17 to 22,000. Okay. The deal was Vista had a rule that adults could live in their units, but if you had a child, you had to move out. Okay. So people, I literally had one where she was pregnant. She bought a house from us. We didn't get it built fast enough, so she had the baby, and the people in the condominium went crazy. What are you doing with a baby here? Little baby. So, but she got out after about 3 months. We got her out of there. But that's now, when you're talking about affordable housing, there's plenty of affordable housing out there if you're 55 and over, but those people don't work. They don't provide for the community's workforce. And that's what we need. We need housing that's affordable, that people who work in the county, that work for the sheriff's department, for all these people so they can work and live in this county. Otherwise, I heard somebody complaining about we're going to turn into Port St. Lucie. Well, guess where a lot of these people live today? They live in Port St. Lucie and have to drive into this town. It's a real problem. Thank you.
My name is Annette Vasquez. I'm a resident of the county. I didn't really come here planning to make a comment, but there were a lot of comments made in the audience that I hope you'll all take note of. I think most of them were pretty well said. I just felt compelled after listening to some of the comments that were made here to just make one comment that came to my mind when I was listening to the big discussion earlier. And I just thought that it was peculiar that we were listening to a meeting to make rules about how to break rules. And that's all I decided I wanted to come up here and say.
Well, no, that's, and I appreciate that, but that's, we mentioned that in the very beginning of the meeting. This was to make things adaptable, doable, not break the rules or disregard the rules. And it sounds like that was just suggested, that people who are elected should just decide without the benefit of staff, calculating, examining, looking at regulations. I think that's what I just heard. Did I just hear that?
Joint meetings to talk about what we need to be talking about?
Correct. Correct. Okay? We let it get off course a little bit, but, and I don't know, I don't understand applauding at all on this. This is not a sporting event, and we're trying to get somewhere so we can move forward so that we can keep this place a nice place to live, but also look at many opportunities that we're confronted with. Thank you.
And I think a major point is that this is a workshop.
Yes.
This is a workshop. And this will be.
Ma'am, we can't hear you from back there, that's for certain. Thank you. Go ahead, Don.
No, that's it.
Yes. We're trying to go forward and make progress, not bash the system. Thank you. Anyone else?
Can I ask one more question?
Certainly.
Can I have a second chance? There was one question I forgot to ask.
Certainly.
When you talk about rezoning, and I know the attorney said that when you have a landowner who wants to sell property, you can't deny them, you know, the opportunity to do what they want with their property. Why are you required to allow rezoning? So if somebody owns, you know, 10 acres and it's zoned, say, you know, 1 home per acre, is there some kind of a requirement that they have to be allowed to rezone it to, you know, like a multi-home dwelling?
No, ma'am.
No.
Pardon?
It could be ag.
I mean, can you adhere to the zoning that it's at? You know, if it's zoned, whatever.
Yeah, it just has to be consistent with the future land use.
Right.
So
Yeah.
there's multiple zoning categories for each future land use, and it can be consistent with any of those in there. But it's a decision that the community makes as a whole.
So like recently, there was 9.5 acres or whatever on 66th Ave that was approved to be rezoned. And so that's someone just, a landowner comes forward or sells their property, and then a developer requests it to be rezoned for possible high densities of housing then. And that's what you approve.
Well, but I guess, so I just want to come in, so there's certain criteria when somebody's looking at the zoning in terms of the impact in the surrounding area. They're not, it's not just like zoning by right, stamping it, and then moving on to increase the density. That's part of what the P&Z and then the Board of a County Commission ultimately does. They evaluate the application that's been made to determine the impact to the system, if you will, meaning like transportation, sewer, water, parks, all those things. And they look at that, they evaluate it, it comes before the board. We have heard, I think it's been pretty clear about the timing, and that's something I know that we're working on, and it's something that we need to continue working on.
Okay, because I have heard that before about you can't deny landowners the opportunity to do what they want with their property. But I also know there's, you know, zoning in place for properties, so thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Dick? I was going to say.
Hey, y'all. Barry Garland, I live in the South County. I'd just like to make a comment because I did look into this development that I think you all are talking about. It's sort of nebulous what you're all talking about here, but I did look at part of that 7,000 acres that's right near the outlet mall. And there was some discussion about, real discussion about affordable housing, but there was also a discussion about could affordable housing be off-site for a while? Right next to, if I mention farm office, do you know what I'm talking about for Epic Estates? Well, I've looked at Epic Estates. There's 24 properties that they've bought. I think the core of that is just south of the outlet mall. And where Mr. Yenkatish lives is in a place called, beautiful place, it's called Verona Manor. Right next door to Verona Manor is a development being built, is 900-unit apartment building. Small units. I think it could be D.R. Horton that's building that. You folks in the row here, in the front row, could probably look that up. You probably know what I'm talking about. But that's affordable housing. Very small units, 900 units within hundreds of feet of the farm office. To me, that's affordable housing. I don't know who's going to live there. I think it could be one of these big high-rises that we see, you know, going up and down I-95. But it's all laid out, the grounds are done, and they're building a community center right now there. It's in process. It's right south, right behind the outlet mall. So I've looked at a lot of these properties. I drove around and looked at them, got out and walked a little bit of it. So I'd like you to take that into consideration, the fact that, you know, this is already out here. This is affordable housing for all of our workforce people that live in the county. Now, 900 units, I think they're like 1,000 square feet per unit. I didn't really look any further than that, but I'm going to suggest that you take a look at that. The D.R. Horton project named Venetian Groves. And that's what I got. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Adair. I'm a county resident. And I just wanted some clarification on what definition of affordable housing is. If that's set by the state, if it's set by you guys, or what that definition is.
There's no real clear definition for affordable housing. It depends on what level what level of affordability and what program you're dealing with. So it can be anywhere between 80 to 200% of the average median income for the area, depending on if you're doing a HUD project, if you're doing a SHIP project, if you're doing a Habitat for Humanity project, which generally uses their philanthropic plus SHIP combined. It depends on if you're looking to house the ALICE population, which is asset limited, income constrained, employed. It depends on if you're looking to hit your workforce housing, which is considered affordable. And that would be like your police officers, nurses, teachers, those types of income. And then it also depends on the size of the family that you're trying to house. So when we were talking about that earlier, that's one of the things that I did mention, that defining affordable housing is very difficult because you have projects that are trying to meet the needs of those different subgroups of affordability. So there is clear definitions depending on the programs that you are trying to avail yourself of. So there's a federal definition, there's a state definition, there's a SHIP definition. I know that's not really helpful to you, but it is generally based on your average median income for your area, and then it's a percentage of that based on the size of your population, or your household.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could the specific density bonus criteria that are in the PD ordinance is very specific to 80 to 120 AMI. So, but that's really affordable, sort of the older school definition, if you will, workforce, attainable, all these newer terms are
Right, they're all,
different.
there is no clear, concise.
It's very much community-based typically.
Correct. And most of the explanation is about granting assistance, support, not about what is the target number and who can hit that target number. But it is a sliding scale, and it does change. But when people hear that, wow, they have housing going up for 250,000, I don't know where they're hearing that, but if they're hearing that, that sounds kind of like attainable and affordable if we equate the two salaries and add them together, and there's not a huge family that's got to be supported while we're getting forward. That equates to workforce, affordability, attainable, sustainable, reachable. We just keep changing the terms, but a lot of people are still being able to afford to build in a community, and then there's a whole lot that cannot.
If you want to see some of the county definitions and those sliding scales
It's
with
all
the
in
housing, it's on our county website under our SHIP program. They have a table that talks about those percentages of affordability based on the size of your household and what that income would be to hit those thresholds, and that might be helpful as a tool.
But it still has different meanings to different people and different environments coming forward. That's why it's so different. See anyone else? Okay. Well, commissioners?
Move to adjourn.
Thank you.
So, just for guidance, so I know we've talked about a lot, and we mentioned another meeting. So is the second meeting that we talk about is where we invite our stakeholders, to come in, and also based on today's meeting, I know there were a lot of stakeholders here to come in and talk about the public benefits, talk about the challenges. I mean, because the idea is to improve the process, both from, the predictability that everybody's talking about, the timing, but also, I think, somebody's mentioned the subject to issue. So would that be the desire of the P&Z Commission and the Board of County Commissioners to invite the stakeholders to come in? And, because I know we did have one group asked to present, what they're doing in terms of what they could do conventionally and what they could do PD-wise on the property, and there might be other ones that might want to do that. We've also heard some good suggestions from the dais, from talking about buffers, the size of the PDs, community meetings, time process, in lieu of fees, that was kind of mentioned when we talked about could you do a housing trust fund like you do for trees? That's sometimes people play in lieu of fees for that. Native Florida landscaping, greenscaping. So is that what the collective, both boards' appetite is, to have stakeholders, actually people involved in the process that are, builders, engineers, planners, come in and present? I mean.
Yeah.
I would love to have that conversation.
Yes, that's a little closer.
Yeah.
If staff is able to incorporate many of the consensus-oriented suggestions and get closer, I think that it would be time to have a stakeholders meeting as well and invite once again. And I think probably the best target for that, I don't know what your opinion is, but I think they're going to need a little time on this to do some research and explanation and discovery. What would be your thoughts on having that next meeting? What would you think would be more appropriate for the general public and ourselves? Would it be in January? Would it be in December? I mean, we're striking
If you
November
have it-
rather quickly.
Well, I think Ryan could probably, allude,
Yeah.
because he's the one with all the homework.
And I also want everybody to consider that, we've got the holidays coming up with
Yep.
with
Right.
Thanksgiving, and
and
a
I
lot
got-
of staff takes advantage of their time and
was gonna-
has to go off. So, I wouldn't even mind pushing that into February, which might give staff that time to come through. John, what do you think?
Ron, you think you can do January?
End of January.
End of January.
that's what-
So the one thing I do want to articulate, because we do have more than one applicant that has filed and that has a PD, and I know that they've expressed concerns about, well, I want to hear what's happening, I want to know the direction, and we've kind of shared with them that, you all have not said anything here that I would think that invokes the red flag doctrine that says, oh, well, they're going this way, so I have to follow this. So I just want to let the board to know that there are at least two I can think of that have projects that are, proceeding forward. I just want to, in the interest of transparency.
And John, I guess since I'm the bad guy on planning and zoning,
I don't think so.
If they come forward with a project that is realistic and they bring the A-team, I have no problem. I'm only one of 7.
Yeah.
But don't come with just the Mickey Mouse group and, jeez.
I think everybody
I've played that
collectively
game. I've
agrees with
played that
that.
game. I've played that
I think everybody wants the A game for the community.
Absolutely.
Yes, we will put that on the highlight reel, Tommy, and make sure they are aware.
Disney right down the street.
We'll make sure they're aware.
Mr. Chair, to John's point, I mean, I think we need to be aware of projects that are in the system
Correct.
or have started prior to this discussion and this
Correct.
continuing discussion.
It's still a negotiated process, flexibility, and
Yes.
we'll meet and we'll talk further about what we can do to expedite it.
Yes, but for the bigger lift, the second meeting in January would be real, I mean, we are right on the cusp of the holidays.
When's the second meeting in January?
Is
Oh,
that
for
a
P&Z.
consensus, since we can't vote tonight?
What week is that?
I can tell you in just a second.
Isn't the third week of?
The
Second meeting, sorry.
second meeting, that would be the 29th or the 22nd?
22nd.
The 22nd, okay,
Second.
January 22nd.
yes.
Making sure it wasn't during the Flag Festival.
When is that? You want to make an announcement?
No, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't during that.
1/22/26, somewhere about there?
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So on behalf of staff, we just want to thank both boards
Yes.
because we appreciate all the comments.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate the comments from the public. The idea is to, I wrote it down, grow with grace, Mr. Votaw, it was a great comment. And I think that's what we want to do. We want to be able to accommodate what the public wants, and we also understand that with the development community, they want that predictability, they want timeliness, responsiveness. So with this conversation continue, I think that we're moving in that direction. So thank you very much on behalf of staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you all. Now, this meeting's adjourned.